Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome you to the Christian Nationalism and Public Policy in the U.S. We are very thankful to the Baker Institute for Public Policy for hosting this conference, and you will get an introduction to the Baker Institute more fully in a minute. But I did want to say that as we sit here in this beautiful and austere space. I am Elaine Eklund. I am the director of the Boniek Institute for the Study and Advancement of Religious Tolerance. I'm also the Herbert S. Autrey Chair in Social Sciences and professor of sociology at Rice University. Today's event is an inaugural collaboration in the Visiting Distinguished Scholar Series between the Boniek Institute, which is an institute that examines the conditions that lead to religious pluralism, tolerance, violence, and conflict, and helps people apply our research findings in their lives. And the Baker Institute's Religion and Public Policy program, which is led by Dr. Michael Emerson, and examines how religion and culture inevitably affect our domestic and foreign public policies. I'd like to begin by expressing my special thanks to the Brian J. and June B. Zwan Endowment for funding this event. I also want to thank the teams at the Religion and Public Policy program at the Baker Institute for organizing and hosting. I also want to thank the Religion and Public Life program, a program of the Boniek Institute, which is directed by Dr. Rachel Schneider, for also being a co-host of this event. And of course, the staff of the Baker Institute and the Boniek Institute for all you have done to do outreach for this event and to help things really keep running smoothly. And I'd like to thank our panelists. You're going to hear from some amazing panelists. Michael and I were joking that no one here was our second choice. We are incredibly honored to have a truly all-star group of panelists. I think only one person actually turned us down, so that is incredibly unusual, you should know, in academic life, and we are just so honored. Now let me introduce the Baker Institute's Siobhan Fellow in Religion and Public Policy, director of the Religion and Public Policy program, and well-renowned author, Dr. Michael Emerson. Dr. Emerson has published widely in the areas of race and racism, religion, and urban sociology, including 15 books and nearly 100 other publications. He's secured over $7 million in research grants, helped secure over $20 million in institutional grants, and has won several national awards for his research. His research and expertise has been featured in media outlets, just a small representation of them, at CBS Evening News, NPR, The Wall Street Journal, CNN, The New York Times, and USA Today. His latest book, which really got us to this conference, is co-authored by Dr. Glenn E. Bracey and is called The Religion of Whiteness: How Racism Distorts Christian Faith, published by Oxford University Press. The book highlights the perpetuation of racial inequality to a level of spiritual commitment that rivals followers' commitment to Christianity itself. Utilizing national survey data, in-depth interviews, and focus groups, results were gathered over several years, as well as building on really a career of research. Dr. Emerson illustrates how the religion of whiteness cultivates the practice of Christianity for millions of Americans and what can be done to defy it. I'm also deeply thankful that Michael is back here at Rice University as my colleague. I should acknowledge that Michael actually was very instrumental in bringing me to Rice years ago, and so I remain grateful for him and the kind of mentorship that he has provided over the course of my career, and now am so honored to call him a dear friend, and so glad that he's here back at our great university. Welcome, Michael Emerson.
Well, I was so excited to see you all here this morning, bright and early. When we were envisioning this, we wondered if anyone would come, and I think we have our answer. So I just want to be real brief because I'm really here to introduce a very important person, which I will do in just a moment. But I want to say that this concept of Christian nationalism has been kind of swirling about our culture and our society for some time now, and we thought it is time to take a day and really focus on it. Bring the people that are the lead thinkers on the issue and let us have this discussion. They will not all agree, and that is a great thing because that will allow us to really wrestle in our minds with what is this thing? Does it exist? Is it an issue? And I think by the end of the day, we will have much more knowledge than we do now. I am looking forward to learning from them. So, it is my sincere privilege to introduce the director of the Baker Institute, the Honorable David Satterfield. He has served our nation as ambassador to Lebanon under Presidents Clinton and Bush Jr., ambassador to Turkey under Presidents Trump and Biden, and most recently as special envoy for Middle Eastern humanitarian issues in Gaza. We were just joking here because in a few hours he has to get on a plane back to Israel to continue that work, but he is promising us this is the last time he will do it because they've named someone to take his place. So we're going to believe him on that. And just thrilled to have him as the leader of the Baker Institute. So please help me to welcome Ambassador Satterfield.
Thank you all. And I'd like to offer a particular welcome to those new to the Baker Institute, to the members of our board, and to those who have joined our roundtable. The Baker Institute, and I will take every opportunity to reiterate the point, is quite a unique institution. It is part of Rice University. Our collaboration with Baniak is an example of that. It is part of the city of Houston, the state of Texas, and its efforts to do fact-based, nonpartisan, substantive analysis, foundational research, and cogent policy recommendations are addressed at all of those levels: the city, the state, the nation, and the international community. When Jim Baker set up the Institute a little over 30 years ago, he wanted us to be not another think tank, not another institution writing in jargon for the other 199 people who could understand it and then wrote back for the corresponding 199 people. It was to be an institution which would assess real-world issues, provide recommendations that were written, and the writing of them is as important as the substance of them, in a fashion which policymakers, state, local, national, international, could understand, and then could elicit further dialogue, further detail, further exchanges. The Institute covers a wide range of issues where we believe we provide value added for the national, for the international, for the state, for the local debate. Energy issues, health issues, religion and public life, public finance, U.S.-Mexico, all of these are dealt with, along with aspects of the Middle East which inform and enable policy research on energy, on migration, on other critical issues of importance, certainly to Houston, the state, and the nation. Our reputation is, I believe, well-deserved for the quality of our analysis. But we turn today not from the general, but to the specific. I am delighted that Michael has returned to the campus and that we have him now doing religion in public life. This is a critical issue, and while the topic of discussion today is going to be focused on the United States and the phenomenon of Christian nationalism, I believe it quite fair to say this is not exclusively a U.S. issue, nor is it a Christian issue. It is a global affair. One can see the parallels across the world in what I would call the instrumentalization of religion for political purposes. And that's a topic which I know Michael was very interested in, and we will be looking at as an area for future work, future exploration. You need only look at Vladimir Putin and his transactional relationship with the Russian Orthodox Church and vice versa. Viktor Orban in Hungary and his relationship with the Roman Catholic Church, or his invocation of Catholicism as a normative force for Hungarian nationalism. Modi in India and his particular articulation of Hindu nationalism. All of these are examples of a phenomenon, not new in any sense. They all have historical roots and are cyclical in their character, but that cycle has taken them to particular prominence today. And the impact they have, both Christian nationalism, as it will be explored today, on U.S. society and politics, but also the other instrumentalizations, transactional uses of religions, plural, around the world, also have a profound impact. I will be leaving in a few hours, as Michael said, back to Israel for my final trip as presidential envoy for humanitarian issues. I see every day, every hour that I work in the Middle East, the consequences of lack of religious tolerance or slanted tolerance. It's profound, and it is crippling. It's crippling to all the societies involved, and in the end, it comes home, and it affects the U.S. and our own national interests. So with those words, and my thanks to Elaine, to Michael, to all of you, welcome to the Institute, welcome to what I know will be an exceedingly interesting and valuable conference. All best.
So I'm going to invite the panelists for the first panel to come up, and while they do that, let's talk a little bit about how the day will work. All right, so we're going to have 5 panels, and each one will be 1 hour. The first 45 minutes, whoever is serving in the moderator role will ask a series of questions of the panelists. They will, in a sense, have a dialogue. I mean, they'll be looking at you based on how we've set this up, but we want them to kind of talk to each other as well. And then the last 15 minutes, we will open it up to those of you who are in person. We have many people watching online, and those of you that are, thank you so much. But when we have the question time, that will be limited to the people in the room. There should be 2 microphones that will be available, and you'll be able to stand up and ask the question. I'll say more on that when we get to that point. We have a visual timekeeper that will keep me in line here. So let me just briefly, you have before you a program that gives more detail, but let me just briefly introduce who our panelists are. So in the middle, we have Tim Alberta. He's a journalist, staff writer for The Atlantic, and an author. You'll find that every single one of our panelists is an author, but I'll keep saying it. Dr. Sam Perry is brand new, the Sam K. Viersen Presidential Professor at the University of Oklahoma, and a well-known author. Andrew Whitehead, at the end, is an associate professor of sociology, and he's director of the Association of the Religion Data Archives, a very important, what is it, entity, whatever it is, but we all need it. That's where we collect all this data. And he is at what I always call ooey pooey, but what it really is Indiana University, Purdue University, but it's becoming... Which one?
Indiana University, Indianapolis.
Okay, they're just dropping the Purdue part. Yeah. All right, and also a very well-known author. So thank you all for being here. Let's go right to the questions and get going. And my first question is, what is nationalism? We got to start there, have some kind of working definition. Who would like to go first?
I nominate Sam.
So nationalism ahead of Christian nationalism.
Yeah, before we talk about Christian nationalism.
Yeah, sure. I'm so grateful to be here, and this is a really important event and set of conversations to have. I think a lot of people have really legitimate questions about what is this thing that we're talking about, how do we define it? And so I love that we're getting down to defining our terms early. It's really important. So as I understand nationalism, I personally think, and I count myself among the growing number of scholars who would distinguish between something like nationalism and something like patriotism. because I think those two things can often be confused and substituted for one another. I don't see them as synonyms. Nationalism, I think, is fundamentally about an us versus them understanding of who we are as a people around our nation, who belongs in this country. Oftentimes, we would qualify that by calling it an ethno-nationalism. That's usually what it refers to, is the nation rightfully belongs to these kind of people. This group or this set of ethno-cultural values and identities and heritage are those who rightfully lead and rule, and this nation is in competition with other nations, and it's us versus them on a global scale. I think patriotism is something different from that, and so I've always tried to stress whenever we talk about Christian nationalism that we don't mean anything like Christian patriotism. I think patriotism is a valuable and good thing, and when I say that, I mean I think patriotism refers to a love for my home, a love for my neighborhood, a love for the people who made me and shared values with me. I think that's a positive. I think as a Christian, it means being a good neighbor. It means being a good steward of the things that you've been given. I don't think that's nationalism. Nationalism, I think, is something different. And so I think we start with this idea of Christian nationalism with understanding what nationalism is. Nationalism is an idea that the nation rightfully belongs to these kind of people, and those kind of people should hold the most political influence above others.
Yeah, am I on? Hello. Oh, good morning. Well, thank you all also, as Sam said, for having us. This is a treat. I don't know how I got surrounded by all of these brilliant scholars and academics. The one person who could not be here, I'm pretty sure this is where they were supposed to be sitting. But I'll do my best to keep up. I would very briefly add to Sam's definition, which I agree with. George Orwell wrote that patriotism is inherently defensive in nature, whereas nationalism is inherently offensive. It is oriented around domination, around subjugation, around conquest. And I think that that's a helpful distinction. It's been helpful to me anyway, as we try to differentiate between what is a healthy sense of patriotism and when can it bleed over into an unhealthy obsession with national identity, both the sort of internal conflict and the external conflict that Sam was alluding to.
Thanks. Andrew, do you want to say anything on that, or you're ready for the next question? Yeah. All right. Okay, so maybe people online, certainly people I've run into would say like, I'm a Christian, I support my nation, so I guess that makes me a Christian nationalist. Is there anything we should know about that? Does that meet your understanding of the term?
No, I don't think that it does. I think when we're talking and building off of what we've described already as nationalism, when we're talking about Christian nationalism, it isn't just being a Christian and then caring about your nation that then makes you a Christian nationalist. And I think that's been the interesting part of the work that has been growing in this area, and now that it's moved out more into the public discourse and out of academic circles, to become something that is contested. As you said, this is something that we'll see, and it's in many ways trying to broaden the discussion so much that the term becomes unuseful. But one thing that we have to return to and be really clear on, and that's why I'm grateful to be here and a part of this conference, is that we have clearly defined Christian nationalism and found empirical support for that definition through social science, and then through other folks that we'll hear from today with political theory and other types of work. So when we're talking about Christian nationalism, it isn't just being a Christian and caring about your country. Christian nationalism is the desire to see a very particular expression of Christianity privileged in the public sphere and organizing American civic life according to that particular expression of Christianity, and in such a way that the government vigorously defends that cultural framework as central. And so we see, again, empirical support for this as we survey the public population, and as we interview folks, we see that those that are pushing for this, it aligns with that definition, and again, with empirical support. So there's a number of outcomes from that, but that is where we would start the discussion right away. It isn't just any type of Christianity, but again, a particular expression. And again, that falls along racial lines and other things that we're going to explore today. But that's where we would start.
Anybody else?
Are we still in the definitional exercise here? I think probably the thing that I would emphasize is that for me, Christian nationalism really exists as the union of bad history and bad theology, right? And one is necessary to then perpetuate the other, which is the reason why some of us pay so much attention to the David Bartons and Chad Connollys of the world, who have made it their mission to quite literally rewrite American history to convince you that this was in fact founded not just as a nation informed by, inspired by, and in some sense guided by Judeo-Christian values and ethics, but in fact was meant to be founded explicitly as a Christian nation. And that really the founders were doing one elaborate wink and nod and trying to, in fact, create a Christian nation that would be governed by Christian laws and by Christian men, white Christian men, and that once you begin to understand how that vision of America that was intended for us to inherit has been corrupted by the pagan, humanist, secularists, progressive left and their woke Marxist agenda, then you begin to interpret Scripture differently, right? You are then able, once you have accepted that perverted version of history, you are then able, consciously or subconsciously, to begin perverting Scripture itself and begin twisting the teachings of Christ to justify or rationalize a militant, offensive version of Christianity, which bears no resemblance whatsoever to what we find in Scripture. But you can see how one sort of begets the other. And I think that's maybe the part of it that's become most apparent to me in my work in recent years, is just how critical that twisting of history is as sort of establishing the scaffolding upon which the bad theology is then built out.
Can I follow up really quick?
Please.
Yeah, so I think that's really a wonderful kind of explanation of that particular expression of Christianity. So when we see a church sign that says, "Make America Godly Again," we can all pretty much guess what they mean by godly, and it's doing a lot of heavy lifting, just that one word, right? There are a lot of cultural assumptions that come along with godly. And so because there are different expressions of Christianity, as Tim kind of highlighted right there, when we're talking about Christian nationalism, it is that particular expression, a history, a narrative, a value system that is, again, very particular and built on some of this work that others are doing.
I think something that Tim and Andrew have touched on, but I want to make really explicit, and this is one of the reasons that in most of our conversations now, or at least in the research that I do, we try to emphasize what we're talking about as white Christian nationalism. And so I qualify it that way. And the reason I do that is not to make it sound scary or to slur Christian nationalists as all big racists and white supremacists. It is because that particular expression of Christianity that is supposed to exercise the most political influence and cultural influence that is a part of our mythology is that the kind of Christianity is Anglo-Protestantism. It is that culturally, it is that these were the founders, these are the leaders, this is what it's supposed to be. It's not just Christian. It is a certain kind of Christianity that is characterized by whiteness, and not just whiteness, but white, evangelical, largely assumptions about what is justice, what is righteousness, what is purity, what kind of values should be set the agenda for the kind of policy that we promote and those kinds of things. And it is something that we actually empirically find in the data. It's not just something that we, again, make up. We find that the more Americans subscribe to Christian nationalist ideology, white Americans in particular seem to hold, more than any other group, seem to hold particularly reactionary views. That seems to evoke a sense of nostalgia for a time when the right values and the right people were in charge. When other African Americans or Latinos, so for example, affirm the same kinds of answers on our surveys, It doesn't seem to make them nostalgic for a time when the right values and right people were in charge. It doesn't seem to have that same kind of influence on those men and women. Rather, we see something that is associated with a more of an aspirational understanding of the kind of values that should have been characterizing American politics but never did. And so I think this is an important thing. We don't have to say white Christian nationalism every time, but please understand, whenever I say Christian nationalism, that is what I mean. I mean white Christian nationalism, a Christian nationalism that is characterized by a commitment to Anglo-Protestant-centric understandings of who the nation rightfully belongs to.
So the question then is, why is it so difficult, do you think, for the public to get a sense or nail down what is this Christian nationalism?
I'll jump back in on this one. So this is something that I feel like is a legitimate gripe. That what does it mean? There's people are throwing around the term, and there's some confusion about that. And so part of that just comes with a term becoming really popular, right? Like people start throwing it around and they start using it and applying it to everything. And as much as we have tried, scholars studying these kinds of things, to carefully define our terms, and use that, it can go wild and it can be used as a slur. I don't want to have anything to do with that. I don't want to use the term as a slur. I don't mean it that way. I don't think it's as often used as a slur as people might guess. If you want to find a slur, think of the word woke, right? That's a slur, right? That means nothing, right? Like it is completely dog whistle kind of thing. Like it's not a functionally accurate term. It's just a slur. Christian nationalism is something that we've tried to define. Now, one of the challenges, though, of using it consistently is that the term can realistically be used in different registers. And what I mean by that is there's a sense in which we can talk about Christian nationalism as an ideology, which we often do, and that's what we try to measure in our surveys. But there's another sense in which Christian nationalism can accurately define a political strategy that doesn't necessarily have to depend on the ideology, right? So you have people who fill out our surveys, and we see in Pew data and in GSS, or in General Social Survey data and PRRI data, and all of these surveys that are trying to measure this thing. We see an ideology being measured. But at the same time, we can also see a political strategy being deployed to try to activate that ideology and mobilize it for political victory. And that doesn't depend on you believing the ideology at all. I think Donald Trump is actually a good example of this. I don't think Donald Trump believes anything. I don't think he believes, I wouldn't characterize him as a hardcore Christian nationalist at heart, because I just don't give him that credit for actually really deep down believing that to his core. But I think he is pretty good at recognizing what plays with an audience that wants to hear that kind of thing, that it resonates, that it activates fear and anger and anxiety about loss of cultural and political power. And so that's what I mean. If I call both of those things Christian nationalism, I think that's true. And yet at the same time, we have to make an allowance for the fact that we can be talking about two things in different registers, if that makes sense. I'd love to hear what my panelists have to add there.
Go ahead. Yeah, I think that's a really important point. And I think, too, this idea of academic terms or other types of terms that, again, as Sam said, try to clearly define empirical support for the different elements of the term, and we're doing that work. As they're out there, there's going to be counter movements, right? There's going to be folks that feel that this is shining a light where maybe they don't want it to be shined, and then have a vested interest in trying to muddy the waters, or to say that, oh, this is a term that means nothing, or this is a term that includes everyone, and so it's useless, and all of these different aspects. And so I think that's why conversations like these are still really important. But one thing that I'd like to highlight, too, is a political scientist, Paul Jupe, just had a survey come out, and he was writing about this a little bit on his newsletter. And what he highlighted was, as they gather data of what Americans believe and think about this term Christian nationalist, which, again, I want to say for Sam and I in our books, we never label folks Christian nationalists because I think it's unhelpful, but talk about the ideology Christian nationalism, right? Because people can hold that as strongly or as weakly as they want. But again, as he asked folks what they thought about the term, there was a large number who felt that, yes, it was a political slur. It was something to put a bad name on certain people. But then when he asked them, well, do you think that Christians should have dominion over these 7 spheres of American society? These same folks were like, yes, they should. And so there was this interplay of, yeah, it's a slur, but we really do want our type of Christianity to be in power. And so it's important to understand that too, that for some folks, they may say that it's a slur, but at the end of the day, do they want a particular expression of Christianity to organize public life? Do they want it reflected in public policies and governmental policies? And they would say yes. And so I think holding that intention and realizing that is an important part of just knowing where we are right now in the public discourse.
Well, I have labeled people Christian nationalists.
Way to go, Tim.
And well, and some of them make it easier on us than others. For example, the Congresswoman from Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who printed shirts that said "Proud Christian Nationalist."
Right.
What do you do?
Yeah. In that sense, if they claim it, I'm fine. But
I'm being a bit cheeky here, but I actually think that that's a part of the phenomenon here that we need to dissect, is that there are people claiming it. That's right. And that presents some additional layers to the onion here that have to be peeled back very carefully. Because they would have you believe that actually they are, to your initial question, Michael, they are just using that term to disparage anyone who loves God and loves America. Therefore, you are a Christian nationalist, and you should be a proud Christian nationalist. Right. And what that does is it begins to desensitize people who are sort of in the margins of that conversation, who aren't entirely sure what or who to believe. But when Donald Trump, to Sam's point, gets up at his rally, I believe twice now, maybe 3 times, I'd have to go back and look, check the tape, gets up and says, you know, we're thinking about maybe, just maybe, if I'm elected, we're not going to let anybody into this country unless they're a Christian moving forward, right? Because our religion, now this is particularly rich coming from the 2 Corinthians guy, but our religion, right? Yeah. We need to protect our religion. Those are the words used by the former president, right? And talking very explicitly about not allowing any migrant to enter this country unless they profess to be a Christian. Now, I mean, somewhere in this room with all of these big academic brains, like someone could basically distill that down to Christian nationalism, right? And yet, many of Donald Trump's political allies would have you believe that Christian nationalism is, in fact, something entirely healthy and harmless and good, and something that is to be aspired to. And what we are trying to diagnose is something that in so many ways runs counter to both Christianity and to the American ideal.
Okay, so is there a difference between being a conservative Christian and a Christian nationalist?
Yes.
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 Yeah.
So yes.
Tell us how it's different.
Yes. So I think it goes back to how we're understanding nationalism. Like I think it's completely appropriate and not only appropriate but inevitable that we will vote our values, right? Like that we will have particular moral values and beliefs about policy and what you think are best. Those are going to be informed by religion, just because they're going to be informed by everything. They're going to be informed by culture and your identity and all of those things. I think nationalism has more to do with the ideas as we're understanding it, though. I think it has more to do with the idea that we will institutionalize a certain kind of cultural supremacy, and Christian nationalism being an institutionalizing the supremacy of a particular religious group, and not even broadly like the values of a particular religious group, but those of a very particular religious group, and based on myths and incorrect history about like what the founding principles and understandings of the nation were. I think it is illiberal, to use Paul Miller's term from his book. I think it is illiberal in that it is coercive. By definition, that does not have the best, it doesn't have kind of like the maximum amount of like American kind of groups flourishing in mind. It doesn't have full legal equality in mind. Some of the authors that are arguing for Christian nationalism by name, and I could point you to several books by, say, Andrew Torba or Stephen Wolfe and others, they explicitly state in those books that they would remove the political influence of non-Christians if given the opportunity. And this is on extreme. Not everybody who subscribes to Christian nationalism would do those kinds of things, but I think when you are following it to its logical conclusion, people who are arguing for this ideology by name are actually pretty explicit in their desire to say revoke the 19th Amendment that gave women the right to vote, or to limit the political influence of non-Christians, or to do things that are quite explicitly contrary to the First Amendment, and as I would personally think as a self-identifying Christian, something that is contrary to how I understand Christian liberty and freedom to operate. And so, I think you can be a conservative Christian, and there have been many conservative Christians, and there are many conservative Christians who are not card-carrying Christian nationalists or even implicitly Christian nationalists.
Yeah, and let's be really clear here, because this sort of opens a separate epistemological can of worms that we don't have the time to get into what is conservatism in the U.S. circa 2024. Although if that's a follow-up conference, I would gladly come and be a part of it.
That's true. Yeah.
But a couple of years ago, there was this celebrated statement of principles that came out of this National Conservatism Conference. That was really the national conservatism, to emphasize the modifier there, the National Conservatism Conference. What does it mean, right, to be a national conservative? And in this statement of principles that was signed off on by hundreds of the leading conservative activist movement types in this country, on the section of religion and public life, the language was very unambiguous. It stated very clearly that in their vision of what this country is, and or more appropriately, what this country should be, that non-Christians would have the right to their own religious beliefs, and it says this in the language, in their private lives and in their homes, right? Now, this is a conference that produced that statement of principles where United States senators, presidential candidates were speaking. This is a statement of principles signed off on by people who have been and will be very much involved in a second Trump administration if he wins. These are people who are very influential, very powerful, and who will be in a position to try to execute on that sort of vision. And they are all self-professed conservatives. Now, that introduces sort of an interesting question. If you are conserving something in that context, what exactly are you conserving? Are you conserving the Establishment Clause? Are you conserving the Bill of Rights? And then even remove it from that, because the great many of these people who signed, of course, are Christians. And I would actually point out as a funny aside that one individual who is sort of a longtime centerpiece of the conservative movement and friends with many of the people who signed is himself a Jew. And I had a fascinating conversation with him after this document went public, because he said, wow, I've been running with these guys for 30 years, and this is the first time I actually realized that we're not on the same page about these things, right? Whoa. Yeah, it's a bit alarming. And so even removing it just from like political, social conservatism, constitutional conservatism, if you're thinking about these definitions that we've been sharing here, like as Christians, I would like to conserve the Sermon on the Mount. I would like to conserve the Beatitudes. I would like to conserve the actual teachings of Christ that are foundational to this thing we call Christianity. And yet somehow what we're seeing is a direct frontal attack on both conservatism and on Christianity. And when you point that out, the people who are guilty of it will say that they are under attack from the woke, elite, Marxist, fill in the blank here, and they turn that into their own rallying cry. So I understand why these two gentlemen, who are much wiser and more discerning than I am, would not go out of their way to directly label these people Christian nationalists, and it presents a bit of a dilemma because it does become sort of circular.
Andrew, you got any comment?
Well, no, I just think what's fascinating too about the discussions is that it really does come back to understanding really how do we define it, what is being talked about, and it really always returns to that, right? And the cultural elements that are associated with it. As we highlight, it really is a direct attack on conservatism, on the idea of democracy, the American ideal, Christianity, as many express it in this nation. There's nothing about the questions, for instance, that we ask on surveys to help identify how strongly somebody embraces Christian nationalism that couldn't push them toward saying we want the government to do more to care for the poor or to do X, Y, or Z. It could be associated with that, but we're finding that as Americans think about the U.S. should declare the U.S. a Christian nation, or the government should declare the U.S. a Christian nation, what we find is that that's associated with wanting to limit caring for the poor, let's say, right? It's associated with all these other cultural elements that we highlight, authoritarianism, ethno-racial boundaries.
Guns.
Yeah. The Second Amendment. I mean, go to Sam's Google Scholar and just scroll through it and you'll see this is what it's associated with. So as social scientists, at least, we aren't saying that it always has to be this. It could be that wanting to institute care for the poor, whatever else, could be what identifies this, but it isn't. It really is this other cultural and religious expression. And so, yeah, just keeping that in mind and coming back to that definitional exercise, I think, is so important as we interact with our communities, our congregations, school board meetings. Just knowing exactly what this is just so important.
Really enjoying all your wisdom here. So let me ask you this. Ambassador Satterfield was like putting into context, he sees it in his travels worldwide, different versions, right, depending on what religion. And then he also thinks there's a historical element. So that's my question to the three of you. Is this a new phenomenon, or has it got strong historical roots?
So one of the things that we wrote a book a couple of years ago, my co-author Phil Gorski and I wrote a book called The Flag and the Cross, and one of the things that we try to talk about in that book is how this actually is a long story. This is something that is fundamental to America before we became a nation. This idea, this conflation of identities of who the nation rightfully belongs to. And it wouldn't have been called white Christian nationalism back then. Before, when we were colonies, it would have been kind of an Anglo-Protestant Britishism, right? Like that it is our country for the Protestants, for the Brits, for those who are white and not Native American, and this kind of idea that the nation rightfully belongs to those at the center of those identities has ebbed and flowed throughout American history. And it responds to demographic and cultural and political threat. And so we've actually, I'll open it up to my panelists, but we have seen recent experimental work come out. And this is such important work, and I'm so glad people are doing this, social psychologists and political scientists who have done this work to try to see what happens when you expose white Christians in particular to the idea that their numbers are in decline. Right, like you show them an article, you randomly assign them to a treatment where you show them an article that says like, hey, did you know that white Christians or Christians are going to be replaced by 2050 by seculars? And what happens in several studies now is they invariably respond with Christian nationalism. What increases is Christian nationalism. It's a circle the wagons cultural mentality of we need to respond with a kind of a unifying identity that says this is who Americans are, this is our country. And they respond with greater Christian nationalism and greater Trump support. And so I think that verifies the idea, or at least my understanding, that Christian nationalist ideology is something that is a constant. White Christian nationalism is a constant throughout American history, but it ebbs and flows in its intensity in response to the presence of the other. Some kind of a religious or a racial demographic threat. When white Anglo-Protestant Americans feel that their cultural and political influence is slipping, Christian nationalist rhetoric becomes a useful tool to be able to mobilize people to say, you know, doesn't that piss you off? Doesn't that make you mad that these people are taking your country from you? What are you going to do about it? And then that's when you are able to mobilize a large audience with that kind of rhetoric. And I think that's what we see throughout American history and certainly now.
Yeah, I would add to that. History obviously did not start yesterday, and I don't want to undermine anything Sam just said, because I think that's all exactly right. I think for our purposes, so much of what we see today is the sort of harvesting of seeds that were planted in the early 1970s. And there's no doubt that the underlying dynamics here have been in place, not just in American history, but in world history. Sure. I mean, we don't need to go back to Constantine and talk about the 4th century. We can. I'm sure there's people in this room who would love to do that. But, instead, let's talk about Jerry Falwell.
Yeah.
Really, I think it's important to recognize that there is this uncanny mirror between the rhetoric, the political activity, the organizing that was done in the mid to late 1970s and what we are seeing now. These conversations around the indoctrination of your children in schools, the idea that Christians are under attack in public spaces, that we are no longer welcome in our own country, that something dramatic has to be done if we are to reclaim the rightful Christian heritage, if you will, with the big wink, right, of this country. And it was extraordinarily successful. And the irony is, I think, that when you look back at the mid to late 1970s, and specifically looking at Falwell with this three-legged juggernaut he built out of Thomas Road Baptist Church, of Lynchburg Bible College, which of course becomes Liberty, and then of course the moral majority, he was able to convince people that they were under threat, that their way of life was slipping away from them, and that these desperate times called for desperate measures. He was able to do that at a time when the country was 90% white and 90% Christian, and everybody was going to church, and things were pretty darn good for the typical white Southern Baptist on a Sunday morning, right? They didn't have a whole lot to worry about, right? And so you can start to understand. I'm asked all the time, well, do you, when you talk about the sort of persecution complex or the under siege complex, that is the language, of course, that Donald Trump has so masterfully appropriated when talking with evangelical audiences. And so people will say to me, well, when you're talking about that persecution complex or these people being under siege, can you relate at least at all to what they're saying? I say, oh, absolutely. Of course I can. I grew up in a very conservative white Republican town, and there's no question that if you just sort of examine the culture at large, that the country is not sort of a bearer of traditional Christian values in the way that it would have been 60 or 70 years ago. Sure, that's true. I mean, Barack Obama runs for president in 2008 telling Rick Warren that marriage is between one man and one woman. And by the end of his presidency, same-sex marriage is legalized nationwide. You could excuse some Christians, some conservative Christians, conservative politically, theologically, culturally, for having their head spin a little bit in those 8 years, right? There's no question that there is a sea change happening in the country. But the real question is then how do we respond to it as Christians, right? And I think the classic impulse of Christians dating back to Constantine in times of being under threat, of seeing their or perceiving their status eroding, is to reach for the sword of the state, to reach for political power, military power, social, cultural, political power. When the guy who reached for the sword in the Garden of Gethsemane on the night of Christ's arrest, he wound up later writing the classic epistle saying, no, don't reach for the sword. That's all wrong. Reach for the cross, right? Kind of ironic. And so that is the same battle that we're fighting over and over and over again as Christians is, yes, the culture is changing. Yes, our status is eroding. Yes, this is not the country that maybe we once knew, or certainly that our parents and grandparents once knew. But what an opportunity that presents to us, rather than what a risk that presents, what a threat that presents. But getting people to sort of evolve in their view from seeing it as I grew up very close to Ann Arbor, Michigan. And I heard language as a child referring to Ann Arbor as Sodom and Gomorrah, right? And the amazing thing now is that I live just on the outskirts of Ann Arbor, and I attend a church where my pastor loves to remind people in the pews, say, what a great place to live. What a great opportunity you have to demonstrate the love of Christ and to show your witness and to let your light shine to the community around you, right? That's the difference between a threat and an opportunity. And sadly, we've been way too hung up on the threat.
That's wonderfully stated, and I think really what ties it together is that looking back and seeing that it is present throughout history really does bring us to this certain political, cultural moment. And so as I look at Christian nationalism and reading history about this type of movement and recognizing that there's nothing unique about Christianity necessarily that opens it up to this type of impulse, or about America, right? It is international, other world religions, these are all things that are happening. But as we look at our particular context throughout history, the idol of power is central to Christian nationalism, the desire to be able to get what you want, despite others' resistance. And then two, fear, right? Underscoring the fact that that power might be taken away. And so that motivates people. If we can make them afraid, they will rally to make sure that we still keep power, hands on the levels of power. And when both those are in operation, violence can be the natural outcome. And so those aspects, I think, are central to what we see with the particular vintage of Christian nationalism from the 70s, but recognizing that there's a long history that Sam and his colleague Phil Gorski write about, and that recognizing it too, as a Christian, as American, that is, are you being encouraged to, rally around the us against them, or are we supposed to live for them, right? Which way is it pushing us? And I think for those that identify as Christian and are interested in living in a democracy, those are the types of questions I think that we have to really wrestle with and be aware of.
Okay, so this is last question before we open it up to you all. So a number of recent works, and I just got one sent to me yesterday, claim that Christian nationalism is overblown concept, it's exaggerated, it's as being a threat to democracy when it is none of that. And then estimates of how many adherents it might have is way overblown. What do you have to say to that?
I have a lot of things to say to that. Knowing, as we interact and over the years, engage with responses to our work, I can speak, for myself and in working with Sam, as we measure Christian nationalism and continue to refine how we measure it, I think some of that has helped really hone in exactly what this is and how to measure it among the population. And so there's a number of things. One is that the size of the group really in some ways does matter, but in another way, it really doesn't in the type of political environment that we live in. So small, really motivated groups can actually do quite a bit in this country for good or ill. And so whether it's, what the exact number is doesn't really matter too much. I think it helps us get an understanding of how many Americans might be more open to this or embrace it to some extent, or how many Americans might just stay quiet. Right? So they may see this happening in their community, but they're more likely just to sit back. And that is really important to understand too. It isn't just the loudest voices in the room, but those that allow those loudest voices to continue to speak unopposed, that matters. And so as we continue to survey the population, we see Americans that really strongly embrace Christian nationalism, maybe 10%, 15% of the population. But again, a really well-motivated group, that can do a lot, right, in a state. And our national elections sometimes hang on a handful of states, a number of counties within a state. So that's not necessarily to fear-monger, but to be real, right? The reality is that's what we're working with in this country, and so being aware of that. And then I would say, too, while the size may differ and change, what we find as well is that as groups get smaller, that social identity that sets them apart from those around them becomes even more salient. And so for those that do embrace it or are more open to it, they see that this is what makes me different from everyone else. So now we are the remnant. We have to do what it takes to survive or to take this country back or to whatever. And so that matters. So even if the numbers decline, and we find that they are, and we write this in our first book, we say these folks, it's not growing like wildfire, even though, not Tim, but other journalists would like us to be able to give them that data. Like, is this just exploding? No, it's not. It's not exploding. It is getting smaller. But as it gets smaller, it becomes more salient, becomes an identity that people really see as central to who they are, how they interact in the world. And I think that really matters. And so, there's a number of other aspects too. But the fact that it is steady or declining, it isn't a large group, but still within this political context, it's important to realize.
Yeah, I would add, I think we have, right, we don't want to bedwet, we don't want to fearmonger, we want to be clear-eyed about what the threat is and what it isn't. I also think but there's a vigilance that's required here, because I don't think that we are necessarily dealing with this massive, widespread phenomenon. But I think that at a time in American life when loneliness and isolation are public health crises, and certainly pose a real danger to the sort of experiment in self-government and pluralism. We have to be careful about this. And I don't disagree that it is a smaller subset of the population than many people would perhaps realize. But I also think that you have to maybe categorize here or compartmentalize the proud Christian nationalists like a Marjorie Taylor Greene, and then the people who are sort of Christian nationalist curious, right? And there are a lot of those. Yep. And that's where I worry. And if you wonder about the scale of this, right, and really how much of a problem is it? Think about earlier this week the sermon that goes viral from this pastor in North Carolina. Right? Yeah. Now, and if you didn't see this, I'm seeing some of the older folks who are maybe not quite as online as us, right? But there's this pastor in North Carolina who gives a little bit of fire and brimstone in his sermon, denouncing the Trump-endorsed Bible that has all of the founding documents printed inside alongside of Scripture. And then he's also sort of taking to task those who would believe that this is sort of their promised land, their kingdom. It's really basic theology, right? It's not, he's not, what's so remarkable is that what he says is actually theologically totally unremarkable. Right? And yet it gets like tens of millions of views in a matter of days. Why? Because it's so rare for someone to, in a conservative place, talking to conservative congregants, to actually come with that sort of message and say, listen, you guys have got this all wrong. You've got this backward, right? I think that is in and of itself really telling about not just sort of quantifying the problem, but understanding the incentives at work. And obviously that's a lot of what I was writing about in my book, is understanding how this sort of paralysis that is set in for those in the evangelical community who can see the vast numbers of these sort of Christian nationalist curious people who are kind of right there on the fence and kind of not sure which way they might ultimately break. Mm-hmm. And they are not necessarily inclined to deliver that sort of a sermon that pastor did, because they know that there are real repercussions, real implications of it, right? And so I totally agree with Andrew's point, but I think we also have to be cognizant of, without being sort of grandiose in my language here, that there is like a serious battle for the soul of American Christianity that's playing out right now. And just because the forces of Charlie Kirk and Eric Metaxas, and others are sort of smaller than they might be perceived to be in the sort of popular imagination, that does not mean that it's going to remain so.
Yeah, I would add, and I think Andrew was really charitable in the way he responded to there are some legitimate, as we've said at the beginning, always worth being accurate in our definitions. As academics, we owe that to anybody that we speak to, is to try to be as precise as possible so that we can do good social science and convey truth. At the same time, I also want to recognize what we have already discussed. There is incentive on the part of those who are really would like to see Christian nationalist views and values and policies come to fruition, to gaslight you about what is really going on, right? To advocate for Christian nationalism in one sentence and then deny that Christian nationalism is a thing and they just made it up to as a slur to scare you in the very next sentence, right? You can see the same kind of actors on social media. You see the same kind of I think people. I know the person who wrote the book that sent that to you, and so that person in particular has written a Christian nationalist history book, and at the same time has written a book saying why Christian nationalism isn't a thing, right? So it's that kind of like I want to be 100% willing to address legitimate concerns about how we can get a kind of a read on this thing in the general public, how we can be more accurate in our definitions, and how we can make sure that what we're talking about is really what we're talking about. And at the same time, not being afraid of, I think, bad faith actors who really just are intent on gaslighting you about what is really going on. I don't know how you can live in Texas or in Oklahoma and say, what Christian nationalism? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, is it really influencing public policy? I assure you it is, right? Like, it has completely captured my state in Oklahoma, right? We actually have state senators in Oklahoma who call themselves that, who sign documents and write documents advocating for Christian nationalism by name, right? This is not something that they are shy about. And I'm a little bit fed up with the gaslighting about that kind of, about it being a real thing. But at the same time, I hold those two things in tension of wanting to be as responsible as we possibly can, and not just being alarmist, and yet at the same time, as Tim said, being vigilant, because I think all of the, hey, this isn't really a thing, this is just a slur, is just at the level of ridiculous gaslighting at this point.
All right. Well, thank you. Now is your chance. If you have any questions, we have 2 microphones, and they will come to you. Remember that we want more than one person to ask a question, and a question that kind of ends with your voice rising, as Elaine Ecklund says. So not statements, but questions. Okay. We'll start over here. Go ahead, ma'am.
So going back to the idea of the difference between a conservative Christian and a Christian nationalist, what do we say to people who feel so strongly about a particular political party that they feel like they have to vote for the person who is representing a Christian nationalist view, even though they themselves are a conservative Christian?
Okay, so the deep sigh is, I have to have these conversations every day, right? These are my friends, these are my family, these are my neighbors, and these are people I love. I think, I happened to be in 1 Peter this morning, and in chapter 2, it's something I actually had not noticed, and maybe this was providential, but I noticed how the language that he uses to describe our true citizenship, he says that you already belong to a holy nation. And then, I think not coincidentally, just like 2 verses later, it reminds us for like the umpteenth time that you are exiles, that this ain't your home, this ain't your place, right? So the idea that I think what's upstream from that political tribalism and that sense of one's identity as a Christian being inextricable from their identity as a conservative Republican partisan, right? Like, it is, I think, first and foremost, a misunderstanding, misapplication of who they are as a Christian and who they are called to be. And that is a hard conversation to have with people, right? And the only way to have it with any degree of success is to have it gently and lovingly and graciously, I think, to try to help people understand that Christian nationalist is fundamentally a contradiction in terms. And to understand that while you are certainly called to do your civic duty and to be engaged politically, that there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, one of the criticisms I've gotten a lot that cracks me up is that this guy says you shouldn't vote, you shouldn't be involved in politics. Nothing could be further from the truth. I think a healthy citizenship and a healthy civic identity is great, and it makes you a better Christian, makes you a better neighbor. But it has to be properly proportioned. And when people begin to assign sort of partisan political litmus tests to then evaluate your legitimacy as a Christian, I think we've completely lost the plot.
Spot on. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Perry, I'd like to go back to a couple of things you mentioned early. First, the distinction between nationalism and patriotism.
Sure.
That you did say, like, nationalism, I'm seeing this as good, patriotism as good, nationalism as bad. And you also mentioned that for a lot of folks in public discourse, they tend to see sometimes nationalism as something good. And on the other hand, you mentioned that the metrics you're using to study nationalism, Christian nationalism, you said there's a lot of African American and Latino folks who would be placed on the higher end of that scale, but that wouldn't match with the bad things that we're expecting, like guns or slavery or this nostalgia about the past. And Dr. Whitehead also mentioned, like, oh, there could be some valuable things about saying, I wish U.S. was more Christian, meaning cared more for the poor. So what's the rationale and advantage for using Christian nationalism as opposed to white Christian supremacy, for example?
I think that's a legitimate concern. Christian nationalism is a term that we have stayed with to maintain consistency over time. Other people were using that term before we. Lydia Bean, Dr. McDaniel, others had used that term, had used it before. We felt like it captured enough of an accurate understanding. I think we said in our book, Taking America Back for God, that what we often mean by it is more of like a Christian nationism, right? Like and so the specific terms we use, I think it's reasonable to say that like other descriptors might capture something else. I think other people have tried different terms like Christo-fascism or something like that, which just sounds so unwieldy. I can't get on board with it. I mean, I guess sometimes it sounds pretty accurate, but I think Christian nationalism is just what we've stayed with. And yet at the same time, among, say, African Americans or Latinos who subscribe to, I'll just give you an example. I've got a paper under review right now with a team of scholars, and we looked at this metric of Christian nationalism. We have all these measures, and we use them together. It's kind of a novel measure of Christian nationalism. We feel like it's a really strong one. And we find that we asked how Americans, whether they identify with words like progressive and woke. And as you might guess, we find that the more white Americans subscribe to Christian nationalism, they go down. They're definitely not likely to subscribe to those ideas. But African Americans and Latinos are actually more likely to identify as woke or progressive. Why? Well, because for them, it's the aspirational idea that a Christian nation for them is a nation where they belong, right? Like is a nation that actually is characterized by equality and justice and the things that they hold to. So do we call that Christian nationalism, or do we call that a form of civil religion? Because I think that characterizes what we had long thought of as like the civil religion idea, Bella's idea of civil religion, of something that is a transcendent accountability to stewardship and equality. I think that sounds fair as well. So I'm not wedded to the term. I think sometimes it's more accurate, but we just use that as a term that we inherited that we've kind of kept going.
Okay, we have sadly only time for one more question in this round, but looks like we'll be back here, yeah?
So my question is kind of more broad-based. I look at Christian nationalism as another symptom of what's happening in our culture. And I love history, and I think back over the past 100 years, where after World War I, we went through some incredible changes, good and bad, a lot of bad, with Nazism, racism. And I'm wondering, history repeats itself. Are we going to be repeating some of our past sins from 100 years ago for the sake of now Christian nationalism? Will it get that bad?
Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I think, the one way I've heard it described is history, may or may not repeat itself, but it certainly does rhyme. And so every generation, every new kind of movement and change, as demographics change, we're going to see these things take place. And so are we at the same place that we were, after World War I or right around it? No, we're not in the same place. But are those same types of kind of mechanisms at work, right? Trying to understand who we are, what we're all about, where are we going, how are we going to get there? These are questions that every nation, people, wherever we've been, throughout the history of the world, as I'll begin grading undergrad papers, right, from time immemorial, as they might start. Okay. So these are things that are with any group, and so we're going to see that. And I think, again, in this particular moment, Christian nationalism is a really powerful kind of tool and rhetoric and narrative and cultural framework that is rising up because groups have to understand who they are and what they're all about and where they're going. And so as change comes on the scene, we're going to see this take place. So I think Christian nationalism, obviously with writing 2 books about it, a number of papers, and being engaged in discussions like this, I think that it is a really important part of understanding at this moment what that means and what it means for Christians in the U.S., what it means for religious and racial minorities in the U.S., what it means for this country as a whole and democracy. We have to remember True democracy really isn't that old here in the U.S. Really, since the 1960s, have everyone at least had more of a chance to vote. So it's relatively new. And so the fact that it is under assault and is up for discussion, and that there's been blowback and all these things that we're living through right now, I think is natural. And in some ways, for me, that's become a source of hope, right? Because it isn't as though it's been around for 200 years. This is actually pretty recent. And so we do need to do what it takes to respond as well as we can. Again, for me, as a Christian, for those that have been crushed and are marginalized, how do we come alongside them and ensure that this is a country for the people, not for a particular people, by the people, not a particular people? I think that's the moment we're in. And that rhymes, and that's been happening throughout history, but here's where we find ourselves today.
Yeah, and if I may, I'd like to just leave you on an optimistic note. Not just.
I thought I did that.
Not well. You did. Touche. I just think that this is worth recognizing. And I'm not just saying this for the sake of being optimistic. We are here on a college campus, right? Not that you would know it with the median age being Medicare eligible in this room, but we are on a college campus, right?
Shots fired.
And I love Medicare eligible.
We are
people.
not responsible.
Who else is buying our books? It's these people. I have to say that in all of the darkness that I have traveled in recent years, personally and professionally, writing this book, which has been very personal for me, one of the enduring bright spots has been to observe time and time again the generational break here, and to see the ways in which young people, which I don't really count myself as one, but certainly the generation behind me, they have a critical distance from this to be able to see the mistakes made and the straying from the path, if you will, committed by their parents' generation. And I mean, we are talking about the children, quite literally, the children of the moral majority here, and the grandchildren of the moral majority. I think the folks, my parents' generation, they were in the middle of it. And they did not have the critical distance, right? That first wave of threat that I was describing earlier in the 1970s, it was new to them, right? Prayer taken out of public schools, abortion on demand, the gay agenda, the sexual revolution, the drug culture running amok, right? Interracial marriage, all of these things, right? They're getting freaked out, and they did not have the critical distance to see how their reactionary posture toward that did an incredible disservice to the gospel. What I have been so struck by time and again is that when I am with young people, even at a place like Liberty University, where I've spent a lot of time reporting in recent years, right? And I write about this in my book, you will be amazed at how you'll have conversations with these students there, and they are every bit as conservative as their parents, culturally, politically, theologically, and yet they want nothing to do with this sort of militant Christian nationalism. They want nothing to do with this militant MAGA agenda. They want nothing to do with enlisting in this sort of us versus them holy war, where to get what you want in this country, you have to hate your neighbor and vilify and villainize and dehumanize the people who disagree with you. Now, that's not across the board, of course. Liberty has got its own tensions there. But it is really incredible to spend time with younger Christians who have come up at a different time. And I think the fact that Christianity has been in decline institutionally, the fact that the numbers, all the metrics are pointing downward for this generation as they're coming of awareness spiritually and politically and otherwise, I think it's actually a very healthy thing. I think if you look throughout history, you see the church and the Christian witness thriving at times when Christians are further marginalized and pushed farther away from the centers of cultural and social and political power. So this is scary right now in this moment. I completely agree with you. And I think we are in for sort of a prolonged scare because we're living through this sort of demographic death spasm over the probably coming couple of decades. But I think if we can survive those couple of decades, when those younger generations begin to assume positions of real influence, in their communities, in their churches, in academia, in the business world, wherever, I think that we're going to see a really positive course correction, because they have a completely different interpretation of this, of this unholy alliance between the bad history and the bad theology than their parents and grandparents did.
All right. So before we thank the panelists, let me say a couple of things. It is 10:05. We're going to take 15-minute break, so we'll come back at 10:20, doing my math in my head here. If you need restrooms, men's on this side, women's on this side, and there's a single bathroom up front. There's more coffee, more drinks, anything you need, snacks, get to know each other, and we'll see you again in 15 minutes. Let's thank our panelists for a great...
I know it's so tempting to just want to talk. These are such important conversations. Can everyone hear me okay? Very good, thank you. Such important conversations, and really want to affirm the last panel, which was wonderful. Panel is wonderful when you are organizing and you have to kind of stop that so you can take aggressive notes, right? So, well, I am so pleased and privileged to introduce the panelists for this next panel, which is entitled Christian Nationalism and Theology, a really, really important topic in these times. Starting from my left and working down, I want to introduce Angela Denker, who is a Lutheran pastor and veteran journalist, has written for many publications, including Sports Illustrated, The Washington Post, and Fortune magazine. She's appeared on CNN, BBC, and Sky News to share her research on politics and Christian nationalism in the U.S. Her book, Red State Christians, A Journey into White Christian Nationalism and the Wreckage It Leaves Behind, was the 2019 Silver Forward Indies Award winner for Political and Social Sciences. She has a forthcoming book, which will be available in a few months, and I believe you can pre-order it now, and a book I'm really excited about called Disciples of White Jesus, The Radicalization of American Boyhood.
I'm so glad you read that.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh my goodness, thank you so much.
I also want to introduce Willie Jennings, who is a professor of systematic theology and Africana studies at Yale Divinity School. He has authored over 40 scholarly essays and almost 24 reviews, as well as essays on academic administration and blog posts for Religion Dispatches. Recently, Professor Jennings has published a book that examines the problems of theological education within Western education, entitled After Whiteness, an Education in Belonging. And he is now in the process of completing a major monograph provisionally titled Unfolding the World, Recasting a Christian Doctrine of Creation, as well as finishing a book of poetry entitled The Time of Possession. Welcome to these two, wow. Jonathan Tran is next. Is an associate dean for faculty in the Honors College and professor of theology and great texts at Baylor University. He's the author of Foucault and Theology and the Vietnam War and Theologies of Memory. Currently, Professor Tran's research focuses on the human life and language and what that life reveals about God and God's world. His research has taken shape through race and racism, as seen in his book Asian Americans and the Spirit of Racial Capitalism, which attempts to present racism as a theological problem, a political, economic distortion of the divine economy, and a problem given to the usual redress, that is, the church laying claim to God's original revolution. Thank you so much for being here. Wow, this is a really just a fantastic panel. So as theologians, public scholars, pastors, can you help us understand the theology of Christian nationalism in a few sentences? Well, I mean, because we have other questions. I realize.
First of all, let me say how glad I am to be here at this very important conference, and I want to thank Michael for the invitation. And let me just go ahead and thank Michael and dear Brother Bracy for this fabulous book. We haven't even mentioned that yet, but this book is absolutely wonderful. And so I am looking forward to putting this in the hands of a lot of people who normally wouldn't listen to what I have to say, but they'll listen to this book. So the theology of Christian nationalism really is inside the theology of whiteness. And I think it's very important, very early. One of the things we didn't do in the first session is to define whiteness, which I think has to be defined even before we can get at the problem of nationalism. And nationalism, as we know, is a very serious theological problem, so we don't want to run by that as well. But the theology of whiteness has to do with fundamentally an idea of replacement. That there is a people named Israel that has been replaced by the Christian. And whiteness begins with that idea that God has chosen a people beyond Israel to carry God's will into the world. And if we don't begin there, then we can't understand the energy that drives Christian nationalism. We can't understand the energy that is at the very heart of it. It is the deep belief that everything that God wants to do in the world depends on Christians, and a particular kind of Christian, a white Christian. Whiteness at its heart, as I always like to say, it's not phenotype, it's not even culture, it's certainly not biology. It's a way of being in the world, a way of seeing the world at the same time. It's a way of imagining and organizing the world through a desire of control, possession, and mastery, and having the power, seeking the power to realize that control, possession, and mastery in the world. And so whiteness at its heart is a way to organize one's world that one believes is aligned with the will of God. And so with that kind of bare bones definition of whiteness in place, growing out of the history of colonialism, what we have is a form of life that imagines life here in this country as established fundamentally by the providence of God. God brought the European here to do the will of God. And out of that basic commitment, that basic belief of a providence shaped by the life of the white body, you have the hope for nationalism. And you also have the deep commitment, the deep belief that everything is at stake in terms of what God wants to do in the world. Everything is at stake through whiteness. And so that there is a calling put upon people who identify as white to enact the will of God in the world for the sake of Jesus. That's where we want to begin thinking about whiteness and white nationalism. Theologically, what that means is that this is the way we organize, not only how we read the Bible, but we organize our piety, we organize our spirituality, we organize our common life around doing the will of God, where God has placed us, that is, white people, to carry out the divine will in the world.
Thank you. Yeah. As theologians and public scholars help us understand the theology of Christian nationalism.
Well, I want to thank Dr. Jennings for that. I was listening to you speak and just thinking about how remarkable it is that This is a world I know well, and I have lived in most of my life, this world of white Christianity. And isn't it remarkable how far afield we've come when we've constructed an entire religious identity around whiteness, and yet we have a Savior who is empirically not white. And so we have come a long way, and there's so many things to unwind. But I'll say I'm very grateful to be here today. I was thinking back to when I was a junior in high school. I had a vision of studying public policy at a prestigious private university. My life went a different way. I studied journalism at a state school, covered sports, ended up going to seminary, and took a very circuitous route to this stage. So I feel that God's been at work in that, and very grateful to be here with all these wonderful scholars today. Again, too, as I'm listening to this deification of whiteness, so much to unravel in the particular history of America, looking back to the doctrine of discovery and the ways in which European Christians have used this blend of theology and history in order to justify mass atrocities. My particular place that I come into this is also related to my own particular story, and I think that is important for white Christians to break down this power of whiteness, to claim our own particular ethnic stories, that we are not a part of a monolithic white Christianity, but instead we too have unique stories that we bring to this work and that we need to understand in order to change some of what has happened historically. So my particular history, you see, my married last name is Denker. My last name that I was born with was Busch, B-U-S-C-H. So not surprisingly, I am a German American and a Lutheran, one whose great-great-grandfather came over from Germany as a Lutheran pastor. And so as a German Lutheran pastor and theologian, I've been drawn into this work with a huge sense of historical responsibility. We love to point to Dietrich Bonhoeffer and to say, look at the resistance, look at the courage of claiming that Jesus requires us to stand up for the rights of human beings and to stand up for people who are not Christians. But the truth is that the vast majority of pastors and Christians in Germany at the time of the Nazis were much more likely to misuse popular Lutheran theology, two kingdoms theory, which tells us that there's two separate kingdoms, and on earth you got to obey. Some people have been talking about this lately, the lesser magistrates. That is a cowardly out. And it's one that I've seen many of my colleagues, many of my peers been tempted to take. Certainly I have not been immune to that same cowardly out. But we have a responsibility. And the last thing I'll say before I want to hear what Jonathan has to say on this, Christian nationalism for me is fundamentally a theology of glory. And so at the time of the Reformation, when Martin Luther nailed the 95 Theses to the door, Europe was caught up in the theology of glory, and the theology of glory has subsumed much of Western white Christianity, not entirely, but since Constantine converted to Christianity, and all of a sudden this religion that had been persecuted and marginalized, remember the apostles were jailed, they were beaten. Being a follower of Jesus has never ever meant to mean worldly glory. And so, I had 2 Corinthians 11 read at my ordination just to remind myself of this. But it's fundamentally a theology of glory. The Crusades were a theology of glory. This is an old temptation. And so if somebody tries to tell you, well, no, you just don't like Republicans, that's not at all what this is about. This is a theology of glory, and the way that we have to defeat it is really grounded in the theology of the cross. And what a richer example than we have, but the very story of Jesus himself, who was crucified by an alliance of religious and political power.
That's wonderful. Wonderfully stated.
Thank you.
Pastor Denker, and it's an honor to be in this conversation with you. Certainly with Elaine. Elaine and I have known each other since we were high schoolers, or college students, teenagers. And since then, she's become who she's become, and I've become less than I was even then. So,
Not so, but carry on.
It is an absolute honor to be with Dean Jennings. Dean Jennings was my academic dean when I was in seminary. A lot of people in America know him, rightly so, as the most iconic figure in American theology. His book, The Christian Imagination, absolutely changed the course of theology in this country. But I also know him as maybe the most extraordinary teacher and administrator I've ever known. So it's an absolute pleasure to be here, and a little bit scary to be next to you. So let me qualify what I'm about to say, because it's going to have a little bit of a turd in the punch bowl taste to it. And I'm not anything if not a turd in a punch bowl. So this actually looks like a punch bowl. And so maybe that lends itself to it. So let me offer two qualifying convictions that are behind these comments that are quite critical of the discourse on Christian nationalism. The first, I don't study Christian nationalism. I study mostly philosophy of language. I think a lot about concepts and how concepts work and when they don't. And one of the convictions within that world is that if you are confused about what your concept is doing or what it means, you will find yourself caught in a bit of confusion about what you're doing. The good news to that story is that the confusion doesn't have to remain. You can return and fill out the content of the concept to make it do work. But until you do that, the confusion will continue. And your use of the term will continue to do work that you may be unaware of. So that's the first conviction. Mm-hmm. The second conviction comes from a scene I want us to return to. Think back to Du Bois's masterpiece, Black Reconstruction in America. The scene that Du Bois tells in this book, the scene he returns us to, is the scene he calls Reconstruction. And remember, for Du Bois, Reconstruction does not begin at the end of the Civil War. It doesn't even begin before the Civil War. Reconstruction in America begins the moment kidnapped Africans land on the shores of America.
Right.
It is at this moment that America can realize, for the first time in its history, the promise that is democracy. And so the Civil War doesn't mark a departure from democracy. It names that democracy was never part of this country. Democracy will be brought forward by the only people who can shepherd it forward, those who understand the lies that is the project of America. It's an extraordinary argument. One of the most important things about this book is that Du Bois begins the book with two chapters, the black worker and the white worker. And it is his conviction that it is the ability for these folks to find each other in that small moment where the boot of an emerging neoliberal capitalism is lifted from their necks, because the planters, right, their enslaved labor has been taken from them. There's a moment where the workers can find each other and stage the cause for democracy. That conviction runs through everything I'm about to say. So the story, I think, the people who worry a lot and aloud about Christian nationalism, the story they want to tell us analytically is a causal story. Sometimes they'll dress down or dial down the causal by using terms like positively correlated or positively associated, but it is, mind you, to imply a causal story. And the causal story is something like this. Think of another scene, clearly a scene of anti-democracy, the scene that took place on January 6, 2021. What the narrative around Christian nationalism, say on the left, is trying to get us to think is that was caused by Christian nationalism. And that was only the tip of the iceberg, because brewing and stewing across the broad expanse of America is this active agent, this causal power called Christian nationalism, that if we don't stamp that out, we're gonna have more of that. But a causal story logically has to work a certain kind of way, right? A causal story has to have a concept tied to an active verb that leads to a conclusion, right? The premise has to lead to the conclusion through the activity or the agency of the verb. But if the conclusion is included in the premise, this is called a tautology, or what our friends in philosophy call a question-begging argument. It's fallacious for those reasons. Many of the arguments that are found in this discourse take this kind of form. They are tautological. They sound like they're saying Christian nationalism causes what? Negative views of black people. Christian nationalism caused the insurrection and will cause more insurrections. But again, oftentimes the conclusion is already included in the premise, insofar as we have not been clear about our terms. Once that happens, you're caught in a bit of tautology, a fallacious argument. The agency you want to ascribe or attribute to Christian nationalism then becomes blurred. It's no longer a causal story. It's simply a self-referential story. And if that story is not as accurate as being suggested or intimated, then what's happening? My worry is that the argument against Christian nationalism is ultimately in service of another nationalism, just from a different direction, pointing it in a different direction. And so until we get clear about that, it's going to be very, very hard for people not to hear the term Christian nationalism as itself a kind of dog whistle, a dog whistle from the left. And if those of us on the left fear most about the right, the dog whistling politics that go by the terms of wokeness, CRT, fake news, then should we also populate that conversation with further forms of dog whistling? This is the point that returns us to Du Bois. Remember, for Du Bois, what is critical is that the white worker, the black worker find each other. They're not going to find each other if someone is calling one of those groups white Christian nationalists. Let's imagine that in this country there is a swath of Americans, right, who are white, who have suffered generations of abject poverty, who are currently facing what is one of the greatest drug epidemics in this country's history, who have for generations been locked out of systems of education, healthcare, environmental concern. These people already believe that they are not seen. Calling them Christian nationalists is not going to make them feel more seen. If we're interested in the mobilizing possibility of democracy that Du Bois is interested in, we need to find each other. And in finding each other, what we most need to be careful is our language, because our language will give us the world or close it off.
Yeah, thank you. Wow. I find myself confused about which question to go to next, because I think you may have answered the next three. These were excellent. Wow, this is a lot to take in. I think I'll go to this question. So, to what extent do we see the theology of Christian nationalism in other religious nationalist movements? And you can feel free to not go in the same order you did before, or go in the same order.
Are you referring to other forms of religion other than Christianity?
I think you could take it in that direction, or you could take it in the direction of Christianity in other religious nationalist movements, or other religions as well. Mm-hmm.
I don't have much to say about other religious nationalist movements. So can I alter the question just a little bit?
Sure.
This is a great question, but I wanted to piggyback on something Jonathan just said about the language, which I thought was really very helpful, Jonathan. My colleague at Yale, William Barber, has a book coming out in the next 2 months. It's called White Poverty. And it's on this very matter. It's on this very matter of the way in which poverty, when it is presented in the public space, always has a non-white face to it. When in point of fact, the vast majority of poor people are white people. And Barber's book is pointing out two crucial matters: the way in which white poverty is eclipsed, is hidden, because to reveal it is to bring us back to the Du Boisian hope of workers finding each other. And so to make present the reality of white poverty really to white people, to recognize finally, the architecture of people thinking, living, voting, and acting against their own self-interest, which continues to be a tremendous problem, which for me brings us back to the difficulty that we face in helping people understand whiteness and its relationship to nationalism. The most difficult conversation that I have, both outside the academy and within the academy, is to get people to understand whiteness without people being quickly defensive and angry by simply saying whiteness. As I often say, to even talk about whiteness for some people is to begin hate speech. And so the question is, how do we unearth that reality of formation, of racial formation that is woven so deeply into faith, as I like to say, racial faith, so woven so deeply into faith that people cannot see the difference? For so many people of color, the difference between who they are historically, existentially, and the racial configuration of their life is a part of what you learn very early. You learn the difference between being called something called an Asian and being who you are. You learn the difference between being called black and who you actually are. Learning to figure out what little slivers and pieces of that account, that racial account, actually makes sense and what other of it is crap. But the way whiteness functions is that important work of distinguishing between racial identity and who I am is not done. And the reason it's not done is because those two things are woven so tightly together because they are positive, unless you have someone like me saying that it's not positive. And that reality is an engine inside of nationalism, but it's also an engine inside the Christian faith. And that's, I think, what we have to get our minds around, that it's a form of Christianity that has woven these two things so tightly together and has said, why should I separate them? Why do I need to separate whiteness from being Christian? And until we figure out a way to narrate that important separation, it's going to be difficult to argue against nationalist logics. And while I have the mic on and I've got my face in the mic, let me also say, this is also tied to the wonderful opening panel discussion. As a Christian theologian, I am always squeamish about using the word love and nation in the same sentence. And before the day ends, I would really like us to interrogate whether anyone who calls himself a Christian ought to have love and nation in the same sentence. Because we shouldn't talk about nation abstractly. We need to talk about it historically. The question is not, can you or should you love your nation? The question is, should you love this nation at this moment? And the abstraction is a problem here. And so if we think historically, at this moment, there might be something deeply wrong for any Christian to articulate the word love and nation, imagining that kind of love in any way, shape, or form is consistent with being a Christian at this moment. Let me stop there.
No, thank you for that. I knocked this. Here we go. When you talk about love of nation, it reminds me of back in ancient history of 2017, Colin Kaepernick's NFL flag protest, and that was one of the first spaces where I began to write more publicly, given my sports past and current work as a pastor. And I think that whole debate and then President Trump's response to the kneeling protests in the NFL was really emblematic of this disconnect of what it means to love country and what America represents to those who have been historically oppressed by America. And I would echo that some of my favorite people in this work were on that first panel. And also, I don't think it's a surprise that the three of us here discussing the theology of Christian nationalism, that none of us are white men, because fundamentally, the theology that is grounded in Christian nationalism, I'm not saying that there's no people of color, no women who support it, because obviously there are, but it fundamentally does not work for those of us who were not really considered full people when this country was founded. What I notice again and again with Christian nationalism is that it's a cry to go back again to a particular vision of America, and that vision is before the civil rights movement and before the women's movement, and that is purposeful. But I'm so glad that this discussion of class has come into. My first motivation for writing Red State Christians was to bring forward the voices of poor white Americans in maybe a different or more nuanced way than Hillbilly Elegy has.
Thank you. Thank you.
But, these are my people. These were the families that my parents came from. I don't come from a wealthy background. And oftentimes when I'm in academic spaces, I feel that background powerfully. And you can feel intrinsically when somebody is condescending to you. So I absolutely get that response, but I think Dr. Jennings is absolutely right. And Reverend Barber is my favorite American prophet. So until we are willing to understand the destructive nature of whiteness for white people, we will not be able to break this power of Christian nationalism. So I think that this meeting between the black worker and the white worker, you know what, maybe there's some hope. There's unions that are growing in power. There's been movement just this week with labor unions, with auto workers. I think it's very important for those of us who have a public voice in this debate to be very purposeful about honoring workers. And honoring the individual and unique stories of Americans and lifting up, too often as a journalist, I see conservative Christianity covered as a spectacle. Like, look at these crazy people. And these are the churches that I've served in rural America in particular. And I think it's incumbent upon those of us who write, those of us who study, those of us who cover, to tell individual stories, to break that power of whiteness so that we can begin to return to the Jesus of the Bible and really reject the power of this historically constructed white Jesus.
That's great. That's great. Thank you. Thank you.
Say another worry about the discourse is that, let's say you spend a lot of time reading about Christian nationalism. You may be forgiven over time to think that's the problem. You may think about it, especially if it's staged and storied and narrated in terms of things like impending apocalyptic futures. And you may then be forgiven for asking a question like, isn't that going to happen again? The concerns we should have aren't when is it going to happen again. The concerns that we should have is whatever is happening has been happening for a long time. We're not talking about an apocalyptic future. We're talking about a storied past. This past, right? And so imagine this absurd scenario. The tech captain of industry, maybe this person even contributes large dollars to this university, like my own university. The person sits around reading books about Christian nationalism. He thinks, oh, that's the problem. All the while captaining an industry that causes, at a planetary level, people to live hand to mouth in perpetuity. Then the conversation becomes a massive distraction that allows those of us that are among the elite to feel good about what we're doing because at least we know we're not Christian nationalists. I'm pretty confident, I'm not an empirical scientist, but I'm pretty confident in this claim that whatever the Christian nationalists have done in this country over the last 10 years doesn't begin to come up to an inch of what those captains of industry have done to this planet and have been doing to this planet for centuries. That's the worry. So if we're going to talk about Christian nationalism, we need to tell the story wide enough to encompass the most pressing problems in front of us and make sure that we're not telling that story in a way that distracts us from it, because if there's anything Christians should know, it is certainly, as Dean Jennings said, not something about our righteousness. If there is anything that is at the heart of the confession of Christianity, it is about our unrighteousness and our propensity to turn that around towards self-righteousness. What is more self-righteous than elites complaining about poor white people while they create the conditions that keep them poor? Those are the questions we need to be asking ourselves.
I just want to real quick chime in on that when you're talking about the thought about, that these are the bad folks, these are the good folks. I mean, I certainly see that in the white mainline spaces where I spend a lot of time. I think it relates to, as a journalist, the coverage of, again, religion and of right-wing political movements as a spectacle. And what that's done is limit the understanding of the power and, most importantly, money that is grounded in these movements. There is an immense amount of financial support. And so even if the face of white Christian nationalism might be a working class white person at a Trump rally, the truth is that the power behind this movement, I believe, it's money. It's wealthy people, and there's a real reason to, even as theologians, to follow the money. Because ultimately, if this is a theology of glory, we can't separate this movement from the prosperity gospel movement. We're here in Houston, home of Joel Osteen. So there's a lot of things that we've got to make sure that we understand the connection to.
We have time. Oh.
I just want to, I appreciate what both my colleagues have said. The one thing I also want to add to this is the kind of crucial question for me. How is it that a form of belonging is being created in this? Because I think you're both right.
Yes.
But the question I think we have to get our minds around is how racial belonging works. Because here you have people who have nothing in common, really. Who has a life like Donald Trump? They have nothing in common, but there is a power to create a vision of belonging that, as I say, borrows from the heart of Christianity. And we have to figure a way how to intercept that form of narration, that form of storytelling that draws like a parasite from Christianity and presents a reality of racial belonging that people gravitate toward, that does deep political work. It's always like to tell my students, many of us as Christians, we're really terrible storytellers. We shouldn't be. And if there's anything we can say about Donald Trump and those around him, they are really good storytellers. And we have to become better storytellers because the way they use story is to create a tragic sense of racial belonging that we have not figured out how to counter in how we talk and how we use language. And so it is precisely that inability to think through the form of belonging that's being presented, the possibility of a now and moving into the future, that we really have to get our minds around theologically. At the heart of the Christian story is a profound account of belonging that should be the most compelling vision of belonging that there is. And so the question we have to ask is, how do we, in a sense, find our way to that story again in a way to counter what's being presented? Because there are people who are ready to give their lives for this. I mean, the thing we have not put on the table yet, and I hope we will today, we have to put on the table violence and guns. Many of these folks have weapons to the hilt. And my friends, if we don't talk about that before this day is out, we're deluding ourselves. We are in a country that is awash in weapons. And so that is a factor, a crucial factor in us thinking through what this means. These people are armed, and by these people I mean the folks who are inside this vision of belonging. They're armed and they're being trained to use their guns.
Can I just add something quickly? Just connecting again to something Dean Jennings said earlier about his great and right worry about our association of the words love and nation. One of the things that is most surprising to me about the Christian nationalism discourse is it remains, or it proceeds with an extraordinary ignorance of what may be the most animating question on the question of Christian nationalism. And that is the question of what is the proper relationship of the church to the state? In the 2,000 years that we have debated this question in the histories of theology, there is an enormously wide range of answers. Everything from Augustine to David Walker to the Christian imagination. These are hugely complicated questions, and they should be. The discourse on Christian nationalism often proceeds as if there is only one answer, and anyone on the other side of it must be a Christian nationalist. Let me give you an example. One definition I've heard given for what Christian nationalism is those who have religious beliefs wanting those religious beliefs enshrined in the halls of power. Now, when you hear that definition, it's so sensational. Who isn't scared of that? But what if we desensationalize it, right? Think through the counterfactual. As a Christian, this is Christian-funded political beliefs. I believe we should vastly change the immigration policy in this country. We should very seriously visit and change the way we think about taxation. We should vastly redistribute resources in this country. Just like I am damn glad that the federal government, a national power, the halls of power, used the federal power to desegregate this country. If that counts as Christian nationalism, sign me up. Because if Christian nationalism, right, as the narrative often goes, is funded by dark money, political shenanigans, if that dark money funds something like the Underground Railroad, if the shenanigans ask us to ask very hard questions about the constitution of the judiciary and the Supreme Court to offer certain kinds of rights to women, sign me up. I'm not saying my position on those are right, but I can't presume that they are in pushing a discourse about Christian nationalism as if those are the settled answers and everyone that's on the other side of that must be a Christian nationalist. This is what I take to be the force of this question. We need to think through this question about what it means to be citizens as Christians and whether that is a viable pairing of concepts.
Yeah, that's great. That's really great. I sense a pivot in the conference. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. I want at this time to move to some questions from the audience. And I believe that the microphones will come to you. Is that right? Is there someone with a microphone that will come? Whose responsibility is that? Make yourself known now. And I don't know if we can do this, but what I'd love to do is have, if you can, just so we can get to a number of questions, have just one panelist respond, and we'll try to be equitable in how we think about that. But if you feel like you're the one, just grab it. Yeah, just grab it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So I have a question specifically for you, Jonathan. I appreciated your troubling of the waters of how the left can have these conversations, but at the same time, I felt like there was a kind of class trope in your articulation of who are ambassadors of Christian nationalism that doesn't actually hold up with the recent data that actually talks about who actually are representative embodiments of this ideology and enacting it in society. So how do we trouble the waters of the left's conversation on Christian nationalism, but not enter into a trope, a class trope that doesn't actually fully paint the picture of what we're actually up against?
Oh, I'm not saying that the only Christian nationalists of concern are poor white people. I'm saying that's what's being suggested. I'm clearly aware that people who have Christian nationalist aspirations are among the most wealthy and powerful in this country. And I'm very confident about the story of replacement. I'm saying the narrative, unless carefully wielded, will exactly play on those trumps. That's the point.
That's interesting, really interesting. Yeah, thank you. This is really good. Next to you. You guys are doing great so far with the questions. I forgot to say my thing, which is questions end with an up in intonation, right? And statements do not. And then to you, right? So you and then you, yeah.
Hi, so I have to admit, I feel like a bit maybe out of place being both 21 and an atheist in this room. But nevertheless, I have to say I really appreciate the theological perspective on this issue. I'm a student of piano performance and political science at Rice, nearly graduated. And I have to say that some of the points raised are very similar to a fundamental tension that I've noticed in political science and in politics, which is the nature of those who seek to use institutions to gain a hierarchical advantage over others or to somehow ingrain systemic hierarchy, and those who want to use politics and those same institutions as collaborative endeavors. And I'm wondering if you see kind of this fundamental tension in the theological debate between Christian nationalism and perhaps a more fundamental version of Christianity, one that is based on cooperation, on love not of nation but of each other. And if you could maybe elaborate a little bit more on if you see that vision, that loving vision of Christianity, even fitting within the bounds of the state at all. In other words, do you think that the very nature of our institutions allows for that sort of collaborative and loving theology, or if that sort of vision transcends even the state itself?
That's great.
Thank you. Yes, I've been dying to talk about atonement theories, so your question opens this up for me. I'm here for the atonement theory conference after this. But one thing I noticed is that in traditional white, maybe evangelical, but not exclusively evangelical understanding of the atonement, which is, what is the meaning of Jesus' death on the cross? What does it accomplish? There is a strong connection to an idea that the atonement was primarily sacrificial and also individualistic. So if you've attended, the average white Christian church in this country in the last generation, certainly when I was growing up, you were told, well, you need to say a prayer to accept Jesus into your heart, and then you will be saved. And it's created a condition in this country where the good news of Jesus is not necessarily just that I'll be saved, but it's that these people who are different than me, who I don't like, will not be saved. Now, that's not the biblical atonement, and that is not actually the historical. I love that you said the fundamental of Christianity, and it made me laugh because I'm thinking, yes, fundamental, not fundamentalist. We're going to separate. But everybody knows, not everybody, but many people know John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only son to die so that all who believe in him might have eternal life. The next verse after that is, for Jesus came to save the world, not to condemn the world. If we don't begin as pastors and as everyday Christians to talk about Jesus' death as being an atonement that accomplishes a broader, this is often called the Christus Victor vision of atonement, a vision of atonement that encompasses the world, that it's not about that my faith saves me, but instead that somehow Christianity means we're worshiping a God who cares about the entirety of creation. I think that sets up a political environment that does lead to collaboration, that does lead to listening to one another, that does encompass Americans who don't have any faith at all. That this is a vision of the world that seeks to take each person in each part of creation into account. But as long as we're connected to this sacrificial vision of atonement, it lends itself to violence. Because we're seeing militaristic violence being in pursuit of this same type of sacrifice on the cross. And I think we've got to understand underneath so much of it is how we talk about atonement.
Excellent. Yeah, wow. And you had a question there in the middle. Yeah.
Hi. So with both these panels, we've seen how Christian nationalism and whiteness are really closely entwined. Now, famously, someone like Barack Obama was half white, and yet he's still considered our first black president. So that implies that whiteness is, an essential part of whiteness is purity. So I was wondering how, in y'all studies, y'all have found that Christian nationalism, what element of purity is translated into Christian nationalism through whiteness?
Oh, that's a good one. You want to take that?
You guys are asking really good questions. Just want to affirm, the teacher in me wants to affirm the group right now. So, yeah.
I'll just say a sentence and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Jennings. But purity culture, certainly for women, we've seen this view of sexual purity, this view of, you have to be a virgin on your wedding day, and the way that so many male pastors talk about female sexuality, certainly even leading into this understanding of what abortion is, and the purity of women that's required to have such a strict understanding of abortion that does not account for that women undergo every single month. I mean, there's so much hesitation around female sexuality that connects to this idea of purity, but it's certainly a racial idea as well.
Yeah, I'll just say briefly, think of purity think of purity as a verb, and that is purifying. That there's a work of purifying that's fundamental to whiteness. Purifying the country, making sure that it aligns with God's wishes. And so racial purity has at its heart a project of transformation to bring people into the reality of whiteness, which is to be brought into the reality of what it means to live as the elect of God. And so Barack Obama played with that. He played inside of that. He wove the dream of democracy ever so slightly near the dream of purifying. And in many ways presented himself in subtle ways as one who's already been purified. That is, I am a black man that you need not fear. I am one who will not harm you. In fact, I will never bring up the fact that you are white in ways that you should be afraid of, because it's a part of me. Now, that is not to say that, I'm certainly not suggesting the president did anything nefarious. He simply understood the narrative of assimilation that is at the heart of whiteness, right? He presented himself as one who has already arrived at the harmless black man who you can trust and therefore vote for. And was saying that if I am president, I will bring all people of color into this very same reality, that you need not fear any of us. This is a part of the project of democracy of the nation. Democracy plus white safety. Normalcy, safety, and hegemony are bound together. And we have to understand that this question of safety is inside of white nationalism. It's, I will make the world safe for you. That is a part of what God has promised to give you. Even though, as my dear colleague here just said, safety has never been a part of what we've promised.
Yeah, that's right.
It's not part of being able to be Christian, but I can promise you that if you ask many Christians in this country whether they believe that God has promised them safety, they would say yes. And in fact, the nation state is at its best when it is carrying out precisely that part of what God wants for us, safety. It's not an exaggeration to say that Barack Obama was presented as the first safe black man.
Wow. Brooke, you had a question. I think we're going to let this one be the last one. Yeah.
Hello, thank you for this panel. I have a question around Black patriotism, thinking about Frederick Douglass, Ida B. Wells, and also the role of contemporary Black churches today as we confront Christian nationalism.
Gotcha.
I'm probably not qualified. Well, I'm not qualified to answer any of these questions, so I'll go ahead anyways, as I have been. And I want to think about this question in relationship to the question here about the self-identified atheist 21-year-old. It's hard for me to not see, I became a Christian about 21, and I was previously an atheist. It's hard for me not to see some of the Christian nationalism conversation and discourse as, a kind of ex-evangelical hand-waving. And given the violence and atrocities perpetrated by American Christian evangelicalism, there is really good reason to exit that. But I wasn't raised in Christianity. I was raised as a really poor Vietnamese war refugee who experienced tons and tons of racism, was really lonely, and became a Christian. I don't have the ex-evangelical story. I have a story that I still think Christianity is the best thing since sliced bread, especially if it can be articulated as the kind of belonging that Dean Jennings imagines as an authentic Christianity can be, as a genuine staging ground and landing ground for what Du Bois imagined as the coming together of oppressed peoples. If we can press that forward, and I think this is the best work that the Christian nationalism stuff does, if we can push that kind of stuff forward, then there's something not worth exiting, but at least worth considering. The other thing I just wanted to mention is to the really good question about data. All my worries about the kind of empirical work being done in the discourse, don't take my word for it, because I'm not a social scientist. I highly commend an article called "What Isn't Christian Nationalism?" by Jesse Smith and Gary Adler, who do very careful work. But also don't take just their word for it. Please read the counterfactuals, read the other side, and decide for yourself how to think about the data, because the data question is absolutely one of the critical questions here. But I want to commend that article, "What Isn't Christian Nationalism?" as you think through these dynamics.
I just want to offer a quick story, if I could, to that question about Black patriotism. It's not my story, but it's a really important story, I think. Earlier this year in book research, I went to Mother Emanuel in Charleston, South Carolina, and they have an American flag on the altar. And many of us in white spaces, when we've been talking about Christian nationalism, pastors want to, as a statement against Christian nationalism, remove the flag from the altar. So I asked Brother Lee, who was leading our tour, to tell me what that American flag meant at Mother Emanuel. And of course, this is a church with a long, long history. And he went back to the history pre-Civil War, during Civil War, what this church of some formerly enslaved Africans, some who had been freemen, what they had endured in order for this vision of America. Because remember, when that flag was first up, this was in a state that had seceded from the United States. So what that flag means in the context of Mother Emanuel, it means something really different than what that flag means at Prestonwood Baptist Church in Plano, Texas. And it means a pride in an America, I think Dr. Whitehead talked about this hope for American freedom that has been carried by the Black church in many ways. And so I think that there is a special category for that patriotism, and it was a powerful experience for me to hear what that flag meant at Mother Emanuel.
I want to just thank these panelists. I think you have given us a sense of complexity and nuance, which is really important, and perhaps to some extent only theologians and pastors can bring. So thank you for that, and so thank you. All right, now I believe we have another very short break. What is the actual amount of time, Michael? 15 full minutes, so. 22. That will be at 11:37. Should come back here.
All right, friends, welcome back. We're about to start. Welcome back, friends. We are about to start the third panel. I'm Anthony Penn, Agnes Cullen-Arnold Distinguished Professor of Humanities here at Rice, and I have the distinct honor to share space with three outstanding scholars. I encourage you to, at some point, go to the conference page on the Baker Institute website, make use of the links to secure more detailed bio information on our three speakers, and you will quickly come to understand why I call them outstanding scholars. For the sake of time, to make certain they have enough time to have a conversation and that you have enough time to ask your questions, I'm going to move quickly through the bios. Glenn Bracey is Assistant Professor of Sociology and Criminology at Villanova University and co-author of the wonderful book, The Religion of Whiteness: How Racism Distorts American Christianity. Jerry Park is Associate Professor of Sociology at Baylor University, affiliated fellow the Asian American Center, Fuller Theological Seminary, and Baylor Institute for Studies of Religion. And Rachel C. Schneider is Director of the Religion and Public Life Program, Associate Director, Academic Programs at the Boniek Institute for the Study and Advancement of Religious Tolerance, and she is my colleague in the Department of Religion. You'll quickly see that much of what we'll discuss during this panel digs deep into questions and themes that you have heard over the course of the first two panels. The first question provides an opportunity to think about Christian nationalism in relationship to two modes of practice, religion and politics. And so here's the question. To what extent is Christian nationalism a matter of religious practice? And to what extent is Christian nationalism a matter of political practice?
Everybody's looking at me, so I guess I better start. One of the arguments that we make in the book, which I hope you all got and will enjoy, is that race politics has been spiritualized and raised to the level of spiritual practice. So the question, the pairing of politics and race and religion, the combination of those three is kind of embedded in that basic argument, right? One thing that I've been thinking about in terms of, and I was saying to my co-panelists, is the way that, one thing we haven't talked about today is the way that conservative Christian nationalists would understand themselves as the heroes of the story, right? As people who are looking for national unity, which is something people are always, looking for who's going to unify us, right? They are telling a story about loving the other by being disciplined, by including them in a singular project that is this white Christian nationalist project, although they don't understand it as a white Christian nationalist project, right? They understand it as Christian. And the way that that is fundamentally connected to the power then is not an end pursuit for them. It is a mechanism by which they can love us who are not yet purified, to use the language of the previous panel. It's a mechanism. So we've been talking about it as though power is an ends, when I think that power is the means from their perspective, for saving the rest of us. And that's the combination of race, religion, and politics that I think is at the heart of Christian nationalism.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad to be here with all of you. It's a real privilege to have the presence of everyone who is in this room and has gathered for this really important conversation. I come to, thinking about these questions as a religion and race scholar, as someone who's been really involved in anti-racist organizing, has worked with faith communities, and as someone who understands the logics of Christian nationalism because I grew up in white evangelicalism. And so I bring all of those lenses to bear on what we're talking about today. And I would say that in my understanding, my sense of things, Christian nationalism is primarily a movement about gaining, retaining, and asserting power. It is about not just a vision, but also a fundamental belief in who deserves to be at the top, who should have power, who is entitled to this nation, who's entitled to full citizenship, who's entitled to full belonging, and then the willingness to use cultural, economic, political, legal means to ensure and enact that sense of power. But also increasingly we see extra legal means as well, right? So the willingness to use violence, so to go beyond just changing hearts and minds or working through the democratic legislative process. So certainly there's this vision of social power, but then you bring that together with the theology of conservative Christianity, which says, God has a template for human relations. There is a specific way in which we should order our families, we should order society, we should order politics. And surprisingly, it tends to benefit white men and white straight men, if I can even bring sexuality into this conversation. And even though you can have other people who do not fall in those identity categories who are supporting of this vision and enabling it, essentially they are committed to that order in society. But when you add a sense of divine blessing and divine favor to the social order, and you also have this sense of an absolute, like a transcendent authority that supersedes human authority, then you start to get into some really dangerous territory. Because with that, you can say, out of love and devotion to this greater power and authority, we may even have to go against our fellow citizens, or we may even have to overturn, right? And so with that, I think the cosmic and the absolutist dimensions to real questions of social and political struggle and shifting power relations, it gets amplified in a way that I think we should all take very, very seriously.
Jerry?
Yeah, I echo Dr. Schneider's thankfulness, gratefulness to be a part of this incredible panel. Building off of what she said, alongside what I've heard from some of the other panelists earlier, I want to introduce a concept that I think is borrowed from Max Weber, where he talks about religion and society as having priestly or prophetic positions. And the priestly form basically blesses whatever the institutions of a particular nation happen to uphold. The prophetic questions a lot of that. So I'm wondering if that might be an important dynamic to incorporate when we try to nuance the conversation over what we mean by Christian nationalism. As Sam Perry and Andrew Whitehead and their colleagues have pointed out, it seems that for a lot of people of color that are asked the same questions about Christian nationalism, the relationships are quite the opposite of what they're seeing from white Americans who are answering the exact same questions. How is that possible? I wonder if it's because both of them are actually leaning into Christian nationalism, but they do have two very different meanings to it, and maybe labeling these might help clarify some of that conversation. So I think that's what I see as the relationship of, is this more about religion, is it more about politics? I think it's an instrumental way of relating to the political structure, but it can go in more than one direction.
Thank you.
I think I would add to that. I think that we can talk about Christian nationalisms, and we can talk about white nationalisms, you know, that there are different ways of, if we think of nationalism as an imagined community and your ideal society and who you see as belonging, you know, there are different versions of these things. What I think is really important is more probing into the details of who is imagined as inside this community, who's given full rights, who's seen as worthy of flourishing, who's denied those things. And I think it goes back to what Willie Jennings said so succinctly earlier. Should you love this nation at this moment, right? Is the conception of the nation that is being put forward one that that deserves to be celebrated and deserves to be lived into? But then when it comes to like, okay, we can talk about all these different types of nationalisms, they really intersect where you can, what I would argue is that, you know, you have the white nationalism strain that is committed to a kind of racial preservation, racial survival in the face of perceived persecution and marginalization. And then you have a religious nationalism that is concerned with the Christian supremacy and, you know, the sense of religious threat. And then they combine, but when they combine, they pull people who might ally on different ends of these spectrums. So you can have, you know, really far white supremacists who actually reject Christianity because they say, you know, there's some baked in anti-Semitism, or don't, you know, they're not particularly religious. And you can have people of color, you can have other kinds of Christians who are attaching into this Christian nationalist side because they affirm that kind of hierarchical ideas about gender and sexuality and all of those things as well. And that's where the conservative theology and the white supremacy merge.
Yeah, I think for people of color, if I can jump in.
Please.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of people of color, the promise of Christian nationalism is this promise of community, right?
Yeah.
That if you do the purifying things, right? If you are sufficiently safe, if you are sufficiently, you know, name your, you know, righteous, whatever it is, your racially coded attribute, then you will get community. You will belong. You will be accepted. And one of the things that I'm going to sound like a broken record, but one of the things that's in the book is a discussion of betrayal trauma that Christians of color feel in these spaces where they feel like they've done the work to belong. And they find, I think, I don't know, I think it was Sam who was giving the example, or I forget who gave the example earlier, of the Jewish person who was working with these white Christian nationalists and discovered they weren't on the same team, right? That we're seeing that over and over again because the promise that's held out is one of community and unity. Right. And that's something that's fundamentally attractive to people. But then when it comes actualized, you find that gaslighting element that Sam was talking about, where it's like, well, you know, there really was no way for you to belong because it's fundamentally a white project, right?
But not just about community and belonging, it's also about safety, the promise of safety.
Yes.
And we know that I think part of the betrayal, and part of the betrayal that especially has kind of emerged in the last 4 to 5 years, but certainly as we think about the rise of like the Black Lives Matter movement, we think about the white body and this sort of sanctity of the white body and how it is protected and preserved, and white property, right? So it's this promise of belonging in the Christian nation as long as you know your place. But then always the threat that if you do not fit into this purifying project, that you, first of all, that their subjugation is part of the deal. But if you, buy in, you can find belonging and you can buy safety, but always in conditional ways.
Yes.
And always with the threat of elimination.
And one of those conditions is the demonization of the group to which you belong, right? So that you
Yes.
are always both the thing held out as a promise and the definition of the opposite of the people that you are trying to belong to. And that creates to use the boys' words, the two-ness, right?
Yeah.
That internal struggle that Christians of color feel in this atmosphere.
But let's linger over this for a minute. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems safe to assume that for the three of you, participation in the project of Christian nationalism isn't restricted to those who are socially categorized as white, and that others buy in because something about this project is transformative for them. But what is the rhetoric, or what are the set of practices within Christian nationalism that point to this more inclusive framework of transformation? What are others hearing in this rhetoric or seeing in this practice that would suggest their ability to fully participate?
I think that's been a big question for myself, because I've, as both of my colleagues were just explaining, I kept wondering, this is a very attractive vision that's more inclusive, that I can feel like I could belong in it. How come it's not as dominating as what we see already in white Christian nationalism? Is it an absence of practices? I feel maybe I'm in the wrong circles, and maybe it's happening in a lot of other spaces I'm just simply not exposed to, but I don't see it as brightly the way white Christian nationalism seems to be on stage.
You mean like a vision of a kind of multicultural, multi-religious,
Yeah.
pluralistic
Yes.
democracy and
Right.
a strong sort of counter-nationalism, so to speak.
Right, and one that's rich. It's not performative, right? Let's just make sure that we have a diverse scale, like of folks for a good photo op. That it's actually rich. It's actually, there's something about the things that we're doing together that are actually showing that this is a different kind of, patriotism, I think would be a better way to say it, but a kind of nationalism perhaps too.
So Glenn, what theologically sanctions this aim for participation?
What theologically centers it? I'm not sure I'm qualified to
I
get
think
into
you
that.
are.
Oh.
What sanctions it?
What sanctions it?
So I hear Jerry raising questions concerning whether
Yeah.
it is sanctioned.
It's difficult for me, and I'm not sure that I'm going to hit on the question exactly. So, bring me back in if I'm off. There's a way that the narrative around whiteness and what it is to be pure is to be so racially colorblind as for race to not matter. And so the inclusion of the racial other is necessary for demonstrating to white people their own purity, right? At the same time that the definition of that purity is all white, right? So the people of color are invited, to a space where, and to a group of white folks who are saying, we have decided to put something above race, right? Unlike the white people out there, right? We've decided to put something above race, and that is Christianity, which gets read in Christians of color's minds as the beloved community, right? That then they get brought into And so that's the theological rhetoric that is attractive, right? And it offers a salvation from white racism out in the world, right? It offers an opportunity for having white allies and co-conspirators, as it were, right? That is part of the attraction for people of color. And then there is, I hate to say this, but I lived it myself. There's the self-delusion of you come to believe, not only in the community that's been offered, but you come to believe that you have sufficiently demonstrated your rightful belonging, right? And that is very hard for me to say as a person. But you come to believe that until you dig deeper and see the whiteness project, underneath it. So, the rhetoric is attractive because it's the rhetoric of Christianity, right? It's the rhetoric that you grew up with, that you familiarize yourself with. And, as a Southern Black person, there's something about being Black and Southern that is inextricable from being Christian, right? Like you hear those things all together. So when Christian rhetoric is put out there and the beloved community is put out there as an option, and you learn, well, all you have to do is, right, this purity project, then you're like, okay, let's go. And there becomes an internalization of that is that's so destructive and leads to the real racial betrayal trauma that we talk about, where you learn, oh my gosh, not only am I being rejected, not only have I, given my life to this particular project, but I have given my life to service of white supremacy. That is a hard thing to come to acknowledge, and that you did it, and that you've learned. I think it was Andrew Whitehead earlier who said, you begin to read the scripture in a white supremacist way. And I can say that the difficulty of learning to separate out white racial politics from your reading of scripture is something that takes years to do. And as you're working through trauma and trying to do that, it's a nightmare that I understand a lot of people trying to avoid.
Anything else on this point?
I'd like to grab coffee with you, Glenn, 'cause I'm hearing a lot of myself in that.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah. And I even hear it, of course, as a white person, there has been a kind of transformative journey for me that has come with reckoning with my own whiteness and complicity and socialization into white supremacy, and really doing that. Again, Lily Jennings, you spoke so movingly about the very hard work of separating out racial identity and who I am. And it's because whiteness has been so constitutive to worth and status in the United States. It is very difficult, because what that means is coming to understand oneself as not good, as sort of deconstructing the myth of white goodness, and then kind of and finding humanity on the other side. So that's kind of been the personal work. But then I even think around, like, when we think about gender, and that's another piece of this, when we think about kind of patriarchy and white patriarchy and the kind of masculine character often of Christian nationalism, I think that there is also, well, first of all, there is the rhetoric of spiritual equality, right? And I think that it's beautiful, soaring rhetoric. If you subscribe to a Christian tradition, everyone is created in the image of God, and it's captivating, and it can be used in multiple ways in multiple political projects. But then always there is the lived experiential confronting of the social inequalities, right, that never accompany the rhetoric of spiritual equality. But in addition to belonging, I want to go back to this, like, safety. I think a lot of people who are from marginalized groups and communities. It's called, in feminism, it's called the patriarchal bargain, where you sort of bargain with patriarchy in exchange for promises of protection, of strength, right? And I think that's what's also happening, especially in the current manifestation of Trump, right? There is a promise that you will be included with us when we are in power, as we are asserting power, and that we will provide you with safety and protection. And again, as long as you know your place, as long as you know your place. And this is, a really long tradition in American kind of history and rhetoric, so it's not new. But I think that the kind of people that think that they have found a kind of agency and power, whether it's women, white women, whether it's people of color, that they are being transacted upon and commodified, but they're also getting something out of it, But I do think we have to ask some real questions about, does this lead to ultimate, or does it produce flourishing? Does it produce equality? Does it extend beyond the individual to communal integration? And I would say no.
Jerry, it looked like there was vigorous agreement. Anything you care to add?
Right. Actually, going back to the original question about practices, it suddenly occurred to me, Dr. William Barber came to Baylor University, where I teach, to speak about the poor people's movement. I think that would be a practice community space that offers a different vision of Christian nationalism compared to the predominant one of white Christian nationalism. So yeah, it follows along with everything everyone's already stated.
So an issue came up during the first panel, and it's come up again. Glenn, you mentioned some of the key language here. I'm curious, could you say a bit more, three of you, say a bit more concerning the relationship between Christian nationalism, white privilege, and white supremacy?
Do I always have to go first?
That's a big one.
Ooh. Sorry. Say the question again, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, from your perspective, what is the relationship between Christian nationalism, white supremacy, and white privilege?
So I think what I would say is Christian nationalism is part of what we're calling the religion of whiteness, right? It's a celebration, a devotion to white dominance, a religiousizing of, or spiritualizing of that racial project. And one thing that we talk about in the book, but we don't, I don't think we say enough, is, religion is fundamentally about community, right? Like in the Durkheimian definition of religion, it's about bringing those who subscribe into one relationship called the church, right? And so when you have religiousized or spiritualized your racialized devotion, there is a unity that comes from that, but it is fundamentally built around white supremacy. In other words, what I'm trying to say awkwardly is that racism is the fundamental driver here, right? Like, this is not a Christianity that just happened to go off the rails, right? This is a white supremacist project that has developed a rhetoric that supports raising racism past just the substantive, right? The substantive inequality, to a divine calling, right? That and in that way, Christian nationalism represents the attempt to instantiate that in physical space, right? But it is not itself an entire project, right? It's part of a larger project, this white supremacy, this religion of whiteness that Michael and I are talking about. So that's how I see the connections.
Okay. Yeah, echoing similar points, I think of what I think many scholars have said for several decades at least, that race is constitutive of the American character, whether we like to admit it or not. And so how is Christian nationalism connected to white supremacy? Well, it's because it's a means of, in that priestly sense, sanctifying all the institutions. And if race and whiteness are a part constitutively to all of those institutions, then that's what it's going to do.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that's been said. And I would say, since the United States became, a formal nation state, we've had essentially state-sanctioned both Christian supremacy and state-sanctioned white supremacy, right? To the extent that I and other scholars, I mean, it's sort of, you begin to really say you can't really have one without the other, that they are so thoroughly intertangled and constitutive. And I think, many, you can even go back, other scholars have argued that, it really comes out of these primary distinctions of, out of religious difference, form our kind of ideas about modern race and racial categories and racism. So, out of these fundamental distinctions, when Christianity was synonymous with being a white European, and the marker of distinction was the heathen, racialized other, who was also, seen as religiously deviant. These distinctions were sort of fundamental to the colonial project, right? And then you can even go further back with the arguments about even Christianity emerging in a kind of supremacist way in relation to, Islam and Judaism as it sort of instantiated itself in the state. So, there's this deep entanglement, but I do want to argue for some conceptual room between the two, between the religion of whiteness and, Christian nationalism, because I'll give just sort of two cases. The first case is there is growing Christian nationalism on, if we think internationally and globally. Christian nationalism is very popular on the African continent, right? And the same rhetoric and ideas and connection, and you could argue that it's an import from, white evangelicalism and other things, but it's being used and wielded politically for the same purposes of power and hierarchy, but really around more like obviously ethnic, religious, gender, and sexuality lines, right? But it's the same use of this idea of divine sanction in the nation, right? On the other end of the spectrum, you have someone like Richard Dawkins, who's an avowed atheist, who is now calling himself a cultural Christian, and is saying that he is a cultural Christian and that he believes in the preservation of the Christian heritage of the UK because he's concerned about the radical threat of Islam. He does not, so I think you have these cases where it shows that there is complexity there, because on one hand, I would say, oh yeah, you're really clearly showing that this is an ethno-racial colonial imagination, and you are willing to use the language of religion if that allows you to preserve that. On the other hand, you have people who, or you have other national contexts where we see in other kinds of nationalism, religious nationalisms, ways that they're using the absolutist and the transcendent and the divine language to justify their own social arrangements and power dynamics. But there is a point where we should be deeply concerned here in the United States, because those things combine, and then they also have the willingness to use force and violence to enact.
The Dawkins example is not without its ties to white privilege.
Absolutely.
And so I'd like to circle back to that. And so there seems to be agreement that there are connections between Christian nationalism, white privilege, and white supremacy. But here's the question. Thinking those three together, does that stimulate new ways of understanding the function of white privilege and white supremacy? Does it require a correction of some of our assumptions concerning the nature and meaning of white privilege and white supremacy? That is to say, do we learn something new about those by tying them to Christian nationalism?
I think the closest that crosses my mind right at the moment is that Christian nationalism reveals to us how white supremacy can easily be disguised and then simply taken on with a different category and label, such that, especially for people of color, you can be co-opted into this ideology without realizing that you're doing so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's a tough one. I tend to think that I don't know where the language of Christian nationalism gets us, but I do think it's revealing something very powerful about this religion of whiteness, the extent to which this is the ultimate and absolute sort of sacred value that that people believe that this country must be founded upon and revolve around, and they're willing to fight for it and defend it, and then they can claim that they can do that out of love and devotion to Christ, to God. I find the language of Christian nationalism is making it more palatable. Like I saw this interview with Doug Wilson, who's kind of this I think that's the name, far-right pastor, extremist, and he was like, actually, I prefer Christian nationalism to what people typically call me, which is white supremacist and slave apologist. He's like, because, and again, we're talking about the slipperiness of this all day. We've been talking about this because he's like, what's wrong with being a Christian who loves your country? Right, but in the very comments, he's admitting to like the way that the Christian nationalism disguises and also perhaps reveals the sacred quality that has always been given to white supremacy in this country. I don't know if that's a clear answer.
No, I thank you for that answer. My first thought was that white supremacy, we've traditionally thought of it as a very separatist project, right? That there were white people who were saying, we're white and we're better than and we're separate from and all those sorts of things. And that is the substantive reality. But white supremacy has always demanded to be popular, right? It's always demanded not just the existence and exclusion of people of color, but also their praise and their worship, right? So that Christian nationalism becomes a way of getting that popularity and that praise from the racialized other.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how I think of it.
I saw nods of agreement, so perhaps you could unpack that a bit.
Sure. So, part of the great Diane Nash came to Villanova some years ago. Villanova is where I teach. And she was saying that every part of, and if you don't know Diane Nash, she was a great civil rights leader, helped desegregate Nashville and other places, Freedom Rides, et cetera. And she said one of her great insights was that domination requires some level of complicity on the part of the oppressed, right? And that by continuing to ride the buses, for instance, black folks were complicit with Jim Crow, right? And that complicity affirmed the dominant group, right? And so when white supremacist or white supremacy aligns itself with Christian nationalism, and Christianity is something that is already revered in so many Christian communities of color, it becomes a way of gaining that complicity, because people of color who are Christians don't want to be against Christianity, right? And because white Christian nationalism and whiteness and white things are presumed to be both the dominant and the actual, right, the most authentic. To be against them feels like to be against your religious identity and against your racial identity in some really weird way when your racial identity and your Christianity are connected, right? So it's a way of buying complicity and praise from people of color, because people of color don't feel the right to say, your devotion, to just plainly say, your devotion to Christianity is a problem, right? So by failing to say that what you're devoted to is not Christianity itself, but is instead of religion of whiteness, right? By failing to say that, we look like we are complicit. And that complicity is something that white people and white supremacists need in order to feel that there's a reality to their sense of dominance.
I would just add that also functions, I think, in white communities, right? I just think about all the enablers and the people who are complicit in propping this up, who really, who of course are privileged and benefit, but really, they would think of themselves as colorblind, as like good white people. They would affirm a kind of, so if we think of soft and more extreme forms of Christian nationalism, they would affirm, yes, we think we should live in a democracy where everyone belongs, Jesus accepts everyone, and yet there's a way it's hard to get at this religion of whiteness because it seems to be about, you would never disavow your faith. These are deep religious commitments that people have. They're in their churches, and so it becomes very difficult. I just think about my own parents, right? But it becomes very difficult because they will never explicitly articulate and avow. Some people will, but explicitly articulate and avow their commitment to whiteness. It's about a deep spiritual practice and embeddedness and ideal, and so it becomes very difficult. People feel a sense of betrayal almost, to what they have understood to be all of the things that have given their life meaning. Mm-hmm. And yet they're enabling the perpetuation of something that actually is very dangerous as it gets worked out in social and political practice and policies.
Yeah, I wonder if we're calling this the white Christian bargain, right? To borrow from the patriarchal bargain.
Absolutely.
I wonder if that's what we're thinking about here.
Rachel brought up something that I'd like us to wrestle with for a few minutes, and that is how to think Christian nationalism within a global and international context. So how does this play out, right? How does Christian nationalism play out outside of the boundaries of North America?
If I could jump in, I think one of the earlier speakers had mentioned something of the ways in which the Orthodox Church has been complicit in Putin's war on Ukraine. And that brought to mind for me Myanmar. For many of us, we're familiar with the plight of the Rohingya Muslims. For those that may not be familiar, Myanmar is actually a Buddhist state. And so that's been a case study for me to be thinking about. I don't do comparative politics, but it's been one of those examples I've wondered about. How does religiously inflected nationalism possibly work in other contexts, especially where Christians are not involved, right? These are Buddhists trying to kill Muslims and displace them and do terrible things to them. And that brings to mind other kinds of examples around the world that might also fit this kind of category. China is an interesting also counterpoint too when we think about the Uyghur Muslims in a nation that does not recognize any religion as the state's religion. So I wonder how all of this plays out in these similar kinds of contexts.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can see that these ideas travel, right? They cross borders, they get picked up, they get applied in their own context. The white nationalism conversation, and then also now white Christian nationalism, I think is getting, people are hooking into it all sorts of places and also connecting with one another. So, you have these kind of I never thought, as someone who grew up in the Cold War, I came from a military family. And so the idea that Russia would be idealized by the far right and even now increasingly by conservative Christians, which was like the godless, godless place. And, it is so strange to me. But it is hooked into this, broader sense of Putin as a strong person who is going to save Christian, white, Western Christian civilization. And then that kind of cuts across other far-right movements in Europe. But then also it can travel in other kinds of directions, where there's actually a graduate student, Ecklund here, who's in the religion department, who's talked about why Nigerians love Trump. And, they very much see him as this strong person who is enacting a kind of vision for a hegemonic order and nation that is something that they want to see in their own context, right? So I think we have to think really carefully about how these ideas travel. And, we were talking about Mother Emanuel Church, and I study South Africa, actually, in the United States as well. And it is no surprise to me that the shooter of Mother Emanuel, Dylan Roof, who murdered Christians, had on his Facebook and these flags of apartheid South Africa and Rhodesia, right? Where so the rhetoric of white genocide and replacement and what happens when white people become the minority and lose power, those fears have circulated in far-right networks from South Africa to the United States, and is used as contemporary South Africa, which is an incredible place, is used as this dangerous vision of what is to come if white people would lose power. And so we have to think through all these intersections globally as well, carefully.
There's so much more to say, but that is our time. We have time for questions. Friends, let me remind you, ask a question, don't give a mini lecture, and that will save me from the unpleasant task of having to cut you off.
This may be a whole nother conference. Dr. Penn, I think I remember in the past, please correct me, that you stated democracy is working as designed, and also acknowledging the reality of marginalization. What language might we carefully use to counteract the artificial concept of race to move towards real community? And please correct me if any of my assumptions need tweaking. Thank you.
Join the conversation.
Yeah, so my argument was that what we're seeing now is not the system failing to operate, it is the intended operation of the system, right? That this is a system that is premised upon the destruction of difference. And that is just the case. This should really be about you three.
No, please. Yeah, please.
Yeah, so Du Bois has come up several times, and for me, there's another text that is extremely significant, The Soul of Black Folks. If you've not read it, put it on your summer reading list, and you will email me and thank me. Early in that text, he raises a question that we typically don't wrestle with. How does it feel to be a problem? Right? For him, this is essential. You cannot really discuss double consciousness, these things you cannot discuss until you first wrestle with that issue. How does it feel to be a problem? And so from my vantage point, the participation of black and brown folks within Christian nationalism is a rather odd and theologically generated effort to resolve that issue. How does it feel to be a problem? You resolve it because this framework offers not just material difference, but a kind of metaphysical difference. It affords black and brown folks a different way to understand their being, how they occupy time and space, and in that way resolve this issue by simply reinforcing it. But no more questions for me, for my very smart friends.
This is a very wonderful session. The order of this session is what I'm very much interested in. I was telling somebody, had it been the American flag is a physical object that doesn't decay, many would have been excavated in Africa by archaeologists. And this would have been traced to missionaries. And this is linked to the 19th century when, before the revival season, missionaries would be called and celebrated as civilizing agents of America. So, and one of those missionaries that came to my community came with the American flag as one of the valuable objects in his box. So the global impact of all what we have been discussing today, when America killed Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi in Syria, 11 Christians in northern Nigeria came before the Boko Haram guns as a retaliation for what America did. And this can be traced to those missionary flags. If you read the report of anything the colonial officers did, if the report was coming from insider, not the colonial officers' reports, you will see that it has been linked to Christianity. This action was carried out by Christians, even if it was a colonial officer that did it. So now, in contemporary scene, we can see, like now, raising the Bible during campaign, and some other things, is creating a different psyche in the terrorist. And it endangers the lives of some people outside the shore of America. So what plan do you have going further to bring voices from these parts to say what they are going through as a result of this? Thank you.
You ever seen a whole panel stumped before?
I would just say that colonialism and whiteness and Christianity have been so deeply, deeply entangled, and that's having post-colonial impacts, right? That even within the post-colonial world, you know, that these ideas about the ways that Christianity has been used to divide into other and to create hierarchies is continuing to be perpetuated and reconfigured in different kinds of ways. But then when you layer that onto for political purposes, for purposes of power, the radicalization and the mobilization of religious groups, and it gets into religious conflict and violence, I think we do need to attend to the global dimensions of this. We absolutely need to talk about Christian nationalism as it relates and how it's being a captivating idea and informing real violence on the ground in other places and here as well.
Yeah, I don't think that the ideas that we've talked about around resolving what it is to be a problem, right, or resolving what it is to be read as like racially excluded or whatever, are just held to the individual, right? At some level, these become national projects as well, right? A national project around inclusion, a national project around, what Professor Jennings was saying about, whiteness being fundamentally about how you organize the world, and so that there's a function of order and rightness, and that the implicit thing is that if you are sufficiently ordered or correctly ordered and righteous, then you will have domination and power like the Americans have, right? Becomes a national project in addition to an individual level project, right? So in that way, you know, it's a global phenomenon, not just one of American imperialism, but also one of other nations, post-colonial nations, complicity in trying to belong in a world that is white dominated, right?
Yeah, and this might seem simplistic, but to the extent that other places in the world are seeing images of what they're connecting with white Christian nationalism in the United States, I wonder if part of the solution is to change the media images. Again, I realize that sounds very simplistic, but we need an alternative, perhaps, that the world needs to see, that is just as evocative, just as powerful, such that it changes what people are thinking about, what they are seeing, and then concomitant with that, policy and actual action that is non-escalating.
Yeah. Cool.
The original question was about the distinction between politics and religion. So I don't feel that ever answered at all. So I ask again, is there a difference between politics and religion, or are they too melded now to be really considered separate? And Dr. Schneider mentioned this is a way to acquire power, retain power, and exercise power. Is there a separation between church and state?
Well, you know, I think it was Professor Perry earlier who said, you know, our religious ideas are going to inform our political, you know, behavior in a democracy, right? The question then, to me, is not, is there a difference between religion and state in this way, but between Christianity and state, which is something we have like been talking about, right? That if state is fundamentally about domination, is fundamentally about control, and Christianity is fundamentally about community and serving one another and those sorts of things, then they are, I think Tim Alberta was saying this, there's a fundamental contradiction between Christian and nationalism that should play out in people's politics. So it's not that there's a fundamental difference between like religion and power or religion and state, but there's something about a particular kind of Christianity, the Christianity that is not Christian nationalist, that does serve to have a disjuncture there.
Yeah, they are inextricably tied, I think. It's just a matter of how they are connected and what sort of policy, which I think are the next panels, what are sort of policy solutions for assuming that these connections are always there, but what do we want it to look like?
Mm-hmm.
I see you over there, Avery.
Oh, yes. I was curious if someone could speak to the research that's in the area of, for example, white persons who are within, Christian nationalism, who are converting to, for example, from ignorance of Christian nationalism as a problem to identification of Christian nationalism as a problem. Like what is there research that's showing, and it kind of connects to the brother who spoke about on the global scale, but here in the States too, are there, what is the, I know it's probably bidirectional with, some, white persons going from, who may be born into Christian nationalism, but also what is that transition, what has that looked like? What has worked, for example, with moving a person who's within a Christian nationalism environment to identification of it as an issue?
Deconversion. I mean, as an educator, as someone working in higher education, I want to believe that people can change, that that there can be transformation, that ideas, and just in terms of my own story, there can absolutely be movement, but it comes at a great cost. It requires risk. It requires a willingness to live in deep uncertainty, to give up a commitment to safety. That I find myself very, very concerned these days about, to the extent to which people are willing to do that, to live into that. But I think there's something really important about counter movements, counter images. And so I wanted to make sure that we talked about that a little bit. And if I can use South Africa, but also the kind of credible progressive intersectional activism about Black Lives Matter and some of the other social movements we've seen that have been really reconceptualizing belonging and really trying, not that they don't have their problems, but really trying to think about how power is distributed differently. I think when people have other powerful experiences of belonging, it begins to get at what some of the things are that hook white people in to Christian nationalism, to whiteness, or hook Christians in, however we want to talk about it. And I've experienced a lot of powerful experiences of joy and belonging and connection and mobilization and imagining imagining a different society and political action, like all of the things that help us feel like we're engaged citizens in other spaces that have been multiracial and or have been very much spaces where whiteness hasn't been centered. And I think if there's any hope, it's being able to amplify those spaces and maybe not use hope for Dr. Penn, but be able to amplify those spaces as models. And I think about, to circle back to South Africa, there was a mass democratic movement that emerged, and not everyone agreed. It was coalitional, it was multi-faith, it was multiracial. When the stakes got high enough where people were forced to choose and things escalated to a point, it tipped things over into a mass movement, both domestically and internationally. And I think that's the kind of thing that we have to see come, where there's coalitional politics. We don't all have to think the same. We don't all have to believe the same, but we're willing to fight for, to struggle for, to imagine a different understanding of belonging.
And a quick last word.
Okay, I just want to say, the trouble, I think, or at least one of the angles is, what gets defined as orthodox and legitimate Christianity?
Yeah.
I'm very afraid that Christian nationalism is going to become synonymous with real Christianity, and bring in a lot of people in that way. But at the same time, I think what you see from Christians of color, what you see from sexual minorities within Christianity, other things, is a commitment to orthodoxy is what is a fundamental claim for Christian nationalists, is a fundamental claim for a lot of Christians. And when challenged on what is orthodox, like going deep into, and this is why I think theologians are so essential, going deep into what this is, you can begin to separate out from an orthodox standpoint, not from a liberal standpoint, but from an orthodox standpoint, separate out a commitment to race versus a commitment to Christ. And that becomes a technique that we can use.
Well, this has been outstanding. I told you they were outstanding scholars, didn't I? Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, friends, it's lunchtime. As you exit this room, you will find your lunch. Please use these tables to chat and eat.
Okay, well, welcome back, everybody. Good afternoon. Great, perfect. Good afternoon. I'm Kirby Goff. I work at the Bonnick Institute, and I'm glad to host panel number 4, also known as the After Lunch panel. So we'll start off strong and hopefully won't be snoring by the end here. Well, I'm just really excited for this panel. First, I will introduce everyone, and then we will walk through some of our questions. This is the first of two panels in which we try to answer the question, so what? What do we do with all of this information? How should this impact policy? So we expect to come out of this with some clear answers, I'm sure. Starting just to my left here, Kevin Doherty. Professor Kevin Doherty is a professor of sociology at Baylor University. Professor Doherty is an award-winning teacher and active researcher whose research explores religious affiliation, religious participation, racial diversity in congregations, congregational growth and decline, and the impact of religion on realms of social life such as community, politics, and work. His published research appears in leading academic journals and has been featured in news media such as the Chronicle of Higher Education, CNN, National Public Radio, and USA Today. And then next is former president of Rice University, David Liebran. He's the former dean of Columbia Law School and president emeritus of Rice from 2004 to 2022, and he remains the Clarence L. Carter Professor of Legal Studies at Rice. Under Liebran's guidance, Rice underwent a period of growth and transformation, increasing its undergraduate and graduate student populations, enhancing the campus with over $1.8 billion in new construction and capital improvements, extending its research endeavors and international presence, deepening its relationship with Houston, and earning greater visibility locally, nationally, and internationally. Dr. Liebran is also the incoming president and CEO of Texas 2036, a nonpartisan state policy organization working to ensure Texas remains the best place to live and work through 2036 and beyond. And then last but certainly not least, Professor Eric McDaniel. He's the associate professor in the Department of Government and the co-director of the Politics of Race and Ethnicity Lab at UT Austin. He's the author of Politics in the Pews, The Political Mobilization of Black Churches, and he co-authored The Everyday Crusade, Christian Nationalism in American Politics with Ifran Nordin and Allison Shortle. So please welcome our panelists. So we're going to start off with a very simple question to answer, and anyone feel free to jump in. How does Christian nationalism impact politics and policy at the local, state, and then national levels?
Okay, I guess I'll go. I was hoping to be last, but I think if we think about it at the local level, is one of the first is to think about the rhetoric that's used in campaigns. That we know there's been an increase in the amount of religious rhetoric that's been used in campaigns. We should expect to see that. At the local level, you should expect to see certain things that regarding probably favoritism towards certain groups as opposed to others. You might see attempts to maybe build a mosque being shut down. The state level, you think we've already seen some of that. I mean, again, as Professor Perry pointed out, Oklahoma, and then if you're looking at what's going on in Florida and other states where they're trying to get clergy in as counselors at public schools. You know, you can think of, Roy Moore in Alabama and how he fought about, the idea of the 10 Commandments being removed. If you really want to see the success of Christian nationalism policy-wise, look at the local and state level. That's where you're really going to see how these policies are taking shape. At the national level, it's going to be a little bit more contentious, but if they, as we know, if you get somebody who's elected over and over again and they get some power within Congress, they can have some veto power. So they may be a committee chair, they may be able to hold a filibuster. They have a lot of ways of preventing something from getting through. And I think Christian nationalism is something that developed at the local level, found success at the state level. And that success at the state level has allowed it to influence a lot of policies at the federal level, where I think you're going to see things such as expansions in terms of funds given to religious schools. You're going to see some level of what may look like, may more likely overt favoritism towards certain religious groups in terms of these policies, and maybe a rollback on, I guess, a reintroduction of arguments that we thought were solved, now being debated because of the advancement of Christian nationalism at the national level.
So maybe I'll add one dimension to that, which I think Eric did a great job of moving us toward. So if you look at what the agenda is in terms of both sort of policies, laws that many Christian nationalists would like to see, for freedoms they would like to have, a lot of this has required and may still require pretty substantial changes in how we interpret the religion clauses of our Constitution. That's the establishment and free exercise clauses. And I would say the change that we have seen, in fact, in the last 10 years or so, since 2014 in particular, have been pretty dramatic. And so what that requires, first and foremost, is changes in the judiciary. And I think we've seen that in the politics, a real focus on who are going to be our judges. And that's most visible, and I'm pretty much talking not about what goes on so much at a trial court, but the judges who are interpreting the law, and in particular, the constitutional law, which is, in terms of the Bill of Rights and the clauses of the First Amendment, is an anti-majoritarian provision, right? It's a constraint on what the majority can do. And as we've seen, sometimes that's what the majority does is sometimes a real majority, and sometimes it's not so much a majority, but those who, through the political process, are able to exercise influence. And that there's a difference there for a variety of reasons, including sometimes the many effects, for example, of gerrymandering. But the main point I wanted to make is one thing we have seen in the political environment, and I think we're likely to continue to see, and has been pretty dramatically illustrated in the decisions, that, as I've said, of the Supreme Court over the last decade, is who sits on the court, what's their philosophy, how do they interpret the clauses of the First Amendment, are they originalists or textualists, but that's a whole nother debate about how to think about those clauses, which we may. I'm sort of. I don't know if I'm the lone lawyer in this room. I assume not. But maybe we'll come back to some of the more legal issues.
Are you still awake? I realize that we were assigned probably the toughest slot on the time schedule. Some of you came in early and you're not a morning person, but you're all amped up because it's getting ready to start, and you got Whitehead and Perry on this panel, and the people that you've read the books, and then you get me. I mean, so we've got double challenge to keep you awake after lunch. And to tell you important things that you haven't heard already. And it's an honor for me to be with Professor McDaniel and President Lieber on this panel. So I'm a congregational scholar, and that is the vantage point that I come with. And we're going to hear more about that in a minute. But I have just very simple things to add in terms of Christian nationalism impact on politics. So one is the support for exclusionary policies. Guided by fear, what we have in white Christian nationalism is a way to frame social issues with religious significance. And these exclusionary policies run along lines of distrust on race, ethnicity, nationality, sexuality, science, and media. So these exclusionary policies and a desire to support positions in government to privilege a certain group of people over others. The other thing that we have alluded to but haven't named directly is that white Christian nationalism construes political leaders as divinely appointed. So it's not just the people's candidate, it's the candidate chosen by God that God-fearing people must support, and that elevates commitment and support for particular political partisan people far above the most engaging campaign. Political leaders as divinely appointed. And then the third that we've danced around all morning is the willingness to use violence to accomplish God's plan. So when we think about the intersection of white Christian nationalism and politics, I see those three things as being really important. Exclusionary policies, political leaders as divinely appointed, and the willingness to use violence to accomplish God's plan.
Thank you. So I want to ask about particular institutions that are important for this. So one is congregations and religious groups, and one is universities. So starting just with congregations, what role do congregations and religious groups play in the impact of Christian nationalism at these different levels?
I think congregations play a key role in both advancing it and curbing it. One of the things that's been kind of established is, we know this if we look at the terrorism literature, that it's the people who are not actively involved in their place of worship who are most likely to engage in these things. And my assumption is the people who are most likely to engage in violence are the Christian nationalists who are not in congregations, because they're by themselves and they don't have somebody to kind of regulate these things or talk about these things. But congregations can play a role in terms of correcting the facts, but it's dangerous for a pastor to correct the facts. The kind of joke I always tell everybody is, unlike what I was told as a child, you don't have to go to church. And people can move, things like that. And so pastors may feel a need to, well, let me keep this Christian nationalism train going, because that keeps people in the seats. And it takes, you have to be willing to take the financial losses and a lot of the blowback to push back on this. But as we're seeing the kind of dwindling of small congregations and these very large megachurches, that the larger you get, the more kind of vague your argument becomes. And that allows something like Christian nationalism to grow, because people can take whatever they want out of that sermon or out of that message. And because you don't want to offend, you don't go into the specifics. And so what that means is that you leave a lot of controversial issues or a lot of important issues right there, and don't pick them up at all.
Well, I've got a lot to say on this particular subject. So we've talked a lot about the consequences of Christian nationalism, but we haven't talked much about the causes of Christian nationalism. Now, this is dangerous territory, because my colleague on the end, Jonathan Tran, has already cautioned us about even how we think about this term. But I'm going to suggest that congregations, certain types of congregations, are organizational incubators for Christian nationalism. And it happens, I'm going to suggest, in three prominent ways. One is it happens through the spoken word from the pulpit by the religious leader, which is a mediator between God and the people that are seated in the pews or seats of that congregation. Sermons are a prominent way that the idea of Christian American history gets retold and refashioned, and then also what to do about the challenge of our diminishing power in society. And Whitehead and Perry, in Taking America Back for God, they quote Pastor Robert Jeffress of First Baptist Church, Dallas, a congregation with 16,000 members and reaching many more on daily podcasts and video streaming, as well as Reverend Dr. Jeffress's appearance regularly on Fox News. And he said, quote, "The vast majority of men that founded our nation were evangelical Christians." So from the pulpit, people are being told a history about their country that sets them up, whether they know what Christian nationalism is or not, sets them up to embrace this as not only a part of being a good citizen in America, but what it means for me to be a Christian. Sermons are one way that Christian nationalism gets spread in our congregations. Another is through the songs we sing. I grew up on the hard wooden pews of small evangelical churches in the Pacific Northwest. My father, like his father before him, was a minister. And we sang, there was a hymnal in the back of the pews, a red hymnal. It's permanently branded in my brain, even though that hymnal is no longer there, long ago replaced by projection equipment and screens. In that hymnal, hymn 479, My Country, 'Tis of Thee. Hymn number 481, America the Beautiful. Now, to the credit of my denominational history, those were the only two patriotic songs. You took the Baptist hymnal, and you'll also find the Battle Hymn of the Republic and the Star-Spangled Banner. Other hymnals, Onward Christian Soldier, A Mighty Fortress is Our God. Now we might say that, well, these are ways to promote patriotism, not nationalism, but the lines of those two blur with the sermons and then the reimagining of the history of our country. So sermons and songs, and then the third is our symbols. And you've already heard reference to this, the flag. And now I am involved with research with one of our graduate students, Stephen Furch, who's here today, where we are studying the presence of the flag in American congregations. And so I'm going to tell you, this is not even in print yet, half of religious Americans are in a place of worship where they see the flag in the main worship space, not hanging outside on a pole, inside their congregation, near the altar, near the pulpit where the sermons are being preached about the religious origins of America. As you're singing the songs, looming on the side of the stage is that flag. The other way that this happens is through the sale of Bibles. March 26th, our former president and current Republican candidate for president, Donald J. Trump, released the God Bless the USA Bible. For $60 US, this brown leather-bound book will give you a King James version of the Bible with the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, as well as Lee Greenwood's lyrics to God Bless the USA. Now, all of this might seem like innocent ways of sort of trying to celebrate country, but there's psychological research on the flag in particular that raise the stakes. Social psychologists Marcus Kimmelmeyer and David Winter in 2008 published a study based on two experiments. They took a group of undergraduate students and gave them a survey that asked them questions with items that pertain to patriotism and items that pertain to nationalism. But they divided the students into two groups. One group took the survey, that was it. The other took the survey either with a room that had a large American flag hung in the front, or at the top of the survey instrument, printed, was the American flag. In those experimental studies, the group that was exposed to the flag, in both studies, 6 years apart, had higher scores on nationalism, no impact on patriotism. They argue that for some people, being exposed to the flag is a type of psychological priming that leads them to levels of belief about national identity and national superiority in the way that doesn't trigger the same type of patriotism. If that's the case, half of church-going Americans every single week when they come to hear the sermon and sing the songs are being primed towards this orientation.
Well, this is really fascinating. Now, we are not currently in a church, but there are plenty of symbols, sacred symbols. I do want to talk about where we are. We're at a university, okay? And what responsibility do universities have to respond to Christian nationalism? Does it matter also whether it's a public, private, or religious institution?
So I'm going to say a word about the other thing first, and
Go
I'll
right
come
ahead.
back to universities. Because I think a lot of this goes to how we see this line between our political and religious institutions. And that's a line that's been very contested in some ways in American history. But even if it wasn't contested, it wouldn't be an easy line to draw. These are actually exceedingly complex issues. If you go back to what kind of inspired the separation of church and state in the United States, a lot of it was from the writings of John Locke. And if you go back and look at his writings, it seemed just very clear at the time to him, in a way, what belonged to the realm of the church and what belonged to the realm of government. And that no longer seems clear to almost anybody, I would say. And there are a lot of reasons for that. And one of the reasons is the role of our government has so greatly expanded that there's sort of more and more interaction. You look at some of the complex issues, cases involving foster care, for example, in Philadelphia, that's not a role that would have been performed by government a long time ago in any significant way. And so these interactions are occurring more and more, and the challenge is on both sides. That is, the extent to which our religious institutions are functioning more as political institutions as well, and then the extent to which our political institutions are functioning more as religious institutions. And many folks actually think the former is more of the problem now, that our religious institutions are becoming more political institutions. I want to go to just mention one recent example on the sermon issue. As some of you may know, in the last session of the legislature, one of the big controversial issues was school vouchers. And the governor had sent a note, I think, or communicated to ministers in the state that they should give thought to giving a Sunday sermon in support of the vouchers. And the vouchers, I think, are pretty strongly of interest to the Christian National Group, but also strongly of interest to other religious groups. What was interesting to me, there was the Baptist minister organization in Texas, I'm not sure precisely which one, basically responded to the governor by saying, in effect, stay out of our church, right? And so, which to me was interesting in part because the Baptists played such an important role in the founding of our country in terms of this idea of the separation of church and state. So I think what we're seeing is this contest. And last thing I'll say before trying to answer the question, if I was smarter, I would just not answer the question, but is that I think as we kind of undertake this project, actually, I've lost my train of thought. I'm going to go back and answer the question. Maybe it'll come back to me. So I think on the universities, I have a pretty strong view, not shared by all, that and Rice is unusual in the state of Texas, right? Rice is the only, in terms of its origins, the only non-sectarian private university in the state. That's a very unusual configuration in a way. So we have great other universities like Baylor, Southern Methodist, for example, here in Houston, Houston Christian. I mean, the state is full of these universities. I think for us in particular, I don't know that as a university we need to take a position on this. I think what we do need as a university to do is educate our students about the history. And I think what disturbs me is this complete mischaracterization of the history of the United States and how it came to be that we had a pretty clear idea at the founding of our republic, of the separation of church and state. And maybe the last thing I'll say on this is a very general point about the history. So why are we now involved in such controversy around this? The evidence is pretty clear, right? Thomas Jefferson wrote to the Danbury congregation, used the term separation of church and state, very clear from the writings of Locke and the influence of others. But there are two things that were true at the founding, and much of this was clear over the sort of controversy of the Virginia legislation that was pending at the time, which was going to impose a tax for the benefit of some churches. And so there are two things that are true. One is that the founders believed very strongly in a separation of church and state. The other is, and particularly evident, for example, in the speeches of George Washington, is that they believed that the United States was a religious nation in some ways, and that was a very positive factor, as they saw it, in our democracy, that was important in some ways to the functioning of our democracy. And I think what you see in these debates occurring is if you'll pardon me, that there seem to be people who can't hold both those thoughts in their head, right? That there was a strong belief in the separation of church and state, and a strong belief that the religiosity of the American people was a strength and an important strength of the American republic. I'm not asking whether any of you to believe that's true or saying whether I believe that's true, but that's pretty clear in terms of what the founders thought. But they thought those were completely compatible thoughts. Indeed, one might put it even stronger, they thought in some ways they were necessary thoughts, that part of the need of religion was to keep the political realm separate from it. So I think we should just teach more of that.
I'm not sure how many of you are aware of this, but in Texas, college students are required to take 2 history and 2 government courses. So we could actually correct that here in Texas. The policy is already in place, but we'll see how that happens. But one thing I forgot to mention earlier, one thing about policies, is before we get to the universities, we think about the public schools. And you hear all these things about how critical race theory is coming for your children, or wokeness is coming for your children. Well, Christian nationalism has already come for your children. If you look at the fights over textbooks and the idea that slavery was, I think, indentured servitude, but then also the importance of Christianity and capitalism, like you see these fights going on. So you've already have this kind of message you're getting in for undergrads. So undergrads are coming in believing the Civil War is about states' rights. You can argue, yeah, states' rights to practice white supremacy and slavery. Like if you read the Texas Letter of Secession, like I show this to my class, it was clear, yeah, we joined the Union under the idea of white supremacy and slavery. And if you're gonna take that away, then we don't wanna be here. I do think universities have a responsibility to the students, but also I think to the communities in many ways to foster these dialogues. So having all of you here today is an example of us having this dialogue, thinking about these things, and really pointing out the nuance. We think of public schools as building citizens, but universities also build citizens. And if universities are going to effectively tell our history, there has to be a commitment to it. But a lot of it is probably going to be led by private universities. I mean, me being the University of Texas, you know, there's always this threat to academic freedom. So, you know, there's a threat to get rid of tenure. Last year, that didn't pass, but then there are some attempts to curtail what can be taught and what cannot be taught. In Oklahoma, they basically banned these things at the college level. So many of the things that we study and we're talking about now are banned in other states at the collegiate level. And I really think it's going to be up to the private schools to take the lead on this, at least in states like Texas and Oklahoma, because they have the freedom to do this. But the problem is, the more we do it, and another thing also is the Christian nationalism is highly authoritarian. And one of the first things authoritarians do is go after the academics because we ask questions. And in an authoritarian system, no, you don't ask questions. And we are easy targets, and you've seen that with the legislature over the past few years, where everything that's wrong with America is because of the academics, specifically in the liberal arts. You know, and because we ask these questions about society. So I think the lead is probably going to come from, at least in these southern states, or kind of very red states, going to come from the private universities. States where there's good party competition, this is not going on. And so that's where you may be able to see this. But this idea of telling a new story is something we saw this post-Reconstruction, we saw this post-Civil Rights movement. This is not new. And universities need to remind people that this is not new at all.
Still awake? All right, okay. Andrew Whitehead, in his second book, American Idolatry, has this wonderful response in the final chapter of what do we do? And he says that he calls for recalibrating Christianity, to defend religious liberty, to embrace empathy, and to dismantle white supremacy. And I think part of the reason why this conference is so valuable and that we're so delighted that you're here, I mean, you've been clapping for us, but at the end, I think all of us that have sat on the stage should be applauding boldly for you, because what we desperately need is an alternative vision and narrative about how to be Christian in the contemporary United States. That if our congregations are incubators for a particular type of political ideology that bends in the direction of nationalism, in part it's because that's the dominant narrative that faithful Christian people have been exposed to, that they believe is the legitimate use of their faith. And that those that are self-identified as Christian but not embracing of Christian nationalism have not provided a strong enough or compelling enough counter-narrative to battle that. And so well-meaning Christian people think that this is the way they support their country and they serve their God, is by voting for political candidates that put into place the exclusionary practices that we're here today to talk about and a lot of us have written about. So we need an alternative narrative. Our congregations, at least for the last 25 years, have been called by political scientist, Harvard political scientist Robert Putnam, as political echo chambers, where instead of being motivated by our faith to engage in the political process, our politics have motivated where we worship and who we worship with. And our congregations are operating as bunkers instead of bridges. And the consequences for that, you've already heard plenty about today. We need an alternative narrative of how to be Christian and engage in fruitful ways in democracy.
So I want to go back to the idea of church and state that we've been talking about. It's long been a hallmark of the U.S., as President Lieberman was just discussing. Some have argued that until recently, Christian symbols and ideas were more accepted in public institutions and government. Some are trying to reintroduce some things. One of the questions that emerges is, why has the separation of church and state taken on a more stringent meaning over time? Or in what ways has it changed? And then in what ways does this changing understanding of church and state frame policy approaches to Christian nationalism?
So I'll start there. You know, the religion clauses of the Constitution got really very little attention for the first really almost 150 years, with the exception of the decision on polygamy in the territory of Utah, in which the court upheld the ability not to permit polygamy. They really weren't discussed very much. And one of the reasons for that was that the religion clauses didn't clearly apply to the states until the Civil War amendments. So that until 1865, 1867 or so. And that jurisprudence really started to develop pretty much in the 1940s and later, and really with a pretty strong sensibility already at that time that there needed to be a pretty strong sense of separation. One thing I would do here is distinguish between two principles that I'm going to give a similar name to, but are importantly different. One is the principle of neutrality, which is the government to be neutral between religion and non-religion. And the other is the principle of non-discrimination, which is that the government shouldn't favor one religion over the other. Those sound pretty similar, but they're operationally fairly different. And so as these kind of started to develop after mid-century, and particularly to the 70s, the courts really, I think, looked back to the history and the sets of concerns and developed a very strong notion of the separation of church and state, but really went back to the debates in Virginia that existed, that Thomas Jefferson and James Madison were involved in, that really framed the debate at the outset. So I really, wouldn't say this was increasingly stringent, but in practice it was, because a lot of states actually had not what I'll say is a very serious separation between church and state. But as the First Amendment began to be applied directly to the states, then the Supreme Court really stepped in and tried to develop rules that said this is pretty serious in the sense of a broad scope of religious liberty, very broad scope of religious liberty, but also a strong notion, including things like where our symbols should be, and restrictions on government funding, for example. That really is what emerged, and particularly, I would say, from the 70s, and to some extent, the 80s, as we kind of moved forward. And then we see the reaction to that, right? And part of it is this notion, I think, which is alluded to many times here, is, what is it that defines us as a people? And our nation has obviously undergone really dramatic changes of sort of who we are and what we have emerged from, and different groups that have been part of our nation, and very unpleasant histories with those groups, to use the mildest word one might actually apply to that. So we've become this incredibly more diverse nation. But if you think about it, so 90% of the nation, roughly speaking, as far as I could find, from the 19th century to almost 1990, were identified as Christians. And today, it's 65%, roughly speaking. That's a very dramatic change. And we can criticize people we disagree with, and I'm not a sociologist, but I would say we also have to recognize that that level and rapidity of change is very disruptive to people's sense of place. And, what does it mean to be an American? And we can identify a number of things that we don't want it to be, right? We don't want it to be a particular race, and we don't want it to be a particular religion. I don't think we want it to be, who was born here and who was not born here. There are a lot of things we don't want it to be, but part of the challenge is what do we want it to be? And I think that's what has produced this battle in a sense, as we see a declining sense of what it is we want that to be. And those battles are much more forceful in times of economic stress than in times of economic plenty. And so here we are today, I think, with a rejection in many of sense. And literally, when you think that it was Justice Scalia who wrote the opinion in a case called Smith, which basically said, if you don't get an exception just because you can claim you have a religious belief around it, that was a case involving the smoking of peyote, to really a decision, say, in Hobby Lobby, where we're saying to a very large corporation, if you, the sort of owners of the corporation, don't believe that it's moral to have certain forms of birth control, you get an exception to the law, right? So it was a very conservative justice, one of our most conservative, who is being overturned. And that gives you a sense of how far round we have come. And I'll just conclude, because I don't know if there'll be another opportunity, because I've alluded before to this change. So if you go, one of those changes is in Hobby Lobby. And one point I want to make about American law, which is kind of unusual, is it's so expansive in terms of what counts as a religion and what counts as a religious belief, right? And so you go to a lot of other countries and they'll say, well, we have real freedom of religion, but it's almost like they have a list of what the religions are, which all of you could name. That's not how American law works. So there's a well-known case involving animal sacrifice in Florida, which emerged in a kind of out of a Caribbean Christian religion, but it really didn't matter which religion it was. And even individual religious beliefs in our country, purely individual beliefs, count in terms of religious protection in the United States. And that's important to keep in mind, because when you have this expansive a notion of what counts as a religion, the more you open it to things like exceptions, the more different kinds, and if you'll excuse me, very unusual practices and things, you may be inviting into that exception. So in recent years, you have Hobby Lobby. You have Carson versus Macon, in which the court said not merely that Maine could fund religious schools, but that Maine must fund religious schools if it was providing vouchers to students going to secular religious schools. So you have this kind of, there's one other decision I was going to mention, and now I'm blanking. It was Carson versus Macon, Hobby Lobby, and the Dobbs decision. And the Dobbs, that's the abortion decision. Now that's a little bit of a different problem, and I won't say much about it now unless there's another question on it. But this whole question of how we think about religiously influenced governance of our behaviors is one we don't have very good tools really to address. And it goes to the question of, last thing I'll say, really the last thing, is this whole notion of separation is not solely a question of law, but it's a question of how we think about our moral and civic responsibilities with recognition of the kind of country we live in and the respect that is due to our fellow citizens. And this is, again, where I think we come back to this question of what's the role of the churches as well as the role of the legislatures, because it's the churches in part that have to decide what's the appropriate political role that they should play. And so if you look at something like following Dobbs, you look at these referenda and you can ask, okay, what role did churches play? Who funded the various sides of the referenda? That's another sort of slice of what our political process is and how closely those two are intertwined.
Thank you. Professor McDaniel, Dr. Doherty, would you like to respond?
Well, a couple things have popped into my head. That one of the things you've seen is basic post-civil rights movement, you can't be racist. And so you can't fight things on the idea of racial supremacy, things like that. And we noticed that once the schools started desegregating, you saw a lot of these private Christian academies pop up. One thing you can think about with President Obama, that you couldn't attack him because he was black, so you would accuse him of being a Muslim. And we know that Muslims have been racialized, things like that. And I think a lot of the religious freedom argument that's coming now is a way to get around the race argument. As we talked about, you know, white Christian nationalism is essentially the theological arm of the white supremacy movement. And when talking about these aspects of religious freedom, I think it's important to understand there are various ways to understand freedom. And so Orlando Patterson talks about really three key freedoms. There's personal freedom, which is the freedom to do as you wish, as long and you're not coerced to do something, but you cannot coerce somebody else. So you're free as long as you're not infringing upon someone else. There's civic freedom, being able to be a part of the decision-making within your community. But then there's sovereignal freedom. And sovereignal freedom is the freedom to act as you wish without being coerced and having the ability to coerce others. And my question is, these religious freedom arguments, how much of this is actually about personal freedom and how much is about sovereignal freedom? And if we think about certain aspects of some of these religious freedom arguments, some of the arguments that came out, you know, post-civil rights movement was, what about my religious freedom to discriminate? That by forcing me to desegregate, you're violating this. And we see this right now with the Colorado issues of the idea that I now have the freedom to desegregate along these lines. I have the freedom to discriminate along these lines. So I do think that the religious freedom arguments are a way of reframing old arguments and trying to get the same outcome.
Can I just add one more case I forgot? I'll be very brief. Okay. Was the case involving the football coach, Kennedy versus Bremerton. It's important in terms of the shifting view in terms of what kind of public religious displays, what it means to have religious observance and celebration on public land and at a public event. So that was the sort of last of the cases that have really reshaped our law on the separation of church and state.
Thank you. This is good. Okay, I want to open it up for some questions from the audience. Let's see if we've got the roaming microphones. I think so. Okay, right here.
So we've been talking about religious and political institutions, but Professor McDaniel, you alluded to the fact that most institutions, if not all, are fundamentally business institutions. And this very much includes churches. So leaders, good leaders know how to inspire people with new ideas. But smart leaders also know how to reflect people's existing emotions and sentiments back to them in an inspirational way, right? And if they can make money while doing this, then you've got a winner. So I want to ask about how do we address the business of Christian nationalism? How do we address the money that is in all of this? Did the money come first, or did Christian nationalism come first? And does it matter?
I think there is a commodity in this. There is a retail in this. I was watching a Saturday Night Live skit, and it was a joke, but the idea of somebody was selling a patriotic nativity scene, where the three wise men were cloaked in the flag, and baby Jesus was swaddled in the American flag. And I bet if it was out there, people would be buying it. I think you've seen the T-shirts. People say, I stand for the flag and I kneel for the cross. Yeah. There's an identity they're tapping into, and there is a clear market for this. One of my co-authors found a T-shirt of a guy where it was a picture of Jesus with like red hair, like white Jesus, red hair. That said Jesus was an American. There is a clear commodity for that, and one of the things that's important to note is there are a lot of business interests that are funding these things. And so I think it was, like mentioned earlier, what Professor Tran mentioned earlier about like the corporations, like they are funding a lot of this to undermine, green initiatives and things like that by arguing that this is violation of God's will. And so it went from no longer saying, oh, global warming's a myth, to, oh no, God's got it all worked out. And it's this really weird way of doing it, but the money has been there because the money is power. And I think a lot of this is about maintaining power and seeking power.
We had one back here.
Yes, Professor Libran ran through some of the founders' thoughts and documents, and then discussions of cases since then. Way back there, the colonies, many of them were established as religious Bantustans, whether Catholic or Baptist, or to the degree that at one time, everyone in Connecticut and Massachusetts was taxed for the benefit of the Congregationalist Church. So when did the belief in religious pluralism that I grew up with begin to take hold in the country? And secondly, for the panel, are we really losing that, or is there just a lot more noise these days that makes things seem like we're coming away from the idea of pluralism? Thank you.
Yeah. So legally, I would say I haven't seen the movement away from pluralism. That would be another step. So I referred before to this idea of equality as opposed to neutrality. So the neutrality principle has changed very dramatically, in my view, in terms of how the current court looks at that. But the equality principle, not so much, right? We haven't seen, from a legal point of view, that's not saying what's going on in our society, the notion that Christianity is to be treated differently than some other religions. It seems that all religions see themselves, and to some extent, as being persecuted, and so we're now seeing more of the claim that Christians are somehow persecuted in our society. I myself haven't seen a lot of evidence of that. I don't know what it would exactly mean, but I think that's really changed a lot. So I think I'm not too worried about it. Again, it does go back to this. I mean, it's a great question because it's another tension. Mm-hmm. But once it was decided in the wake of the Civil War amendments, although much later, that the First Amendment clauses applied directly to the states, it created a fundamental shift in the notion that existed at the founding, which is many of those states did have provisions. And I think then it comes back to what's your theory of constitutional interpretation and how does history sort of fuel into that? And I could see it will be interesting to see as these cases are presented whether anybody on the court wants to go back to that original kind of situation that existed where the First Amendment didn't apply to the states. But that's the big shift that occurred, was applying that, through what's called the incorporation of the amendments through the 14th Amendment to the states, including, I'll say other provisions of the Constitution were more easily applied to the states because they were provisions related to the kind of government we have. The First Amendment religion clauses didn't really fit into that particular perspective. So it is clearly a later development, and it is clearly at odds with the situation that existed at the founding. And that's not the question that has been answered by most people. The question has been, what did the founders actually think about the separation of church and state? And that view, in my view, is pretty clear.
Okay, I think we have another one right here in the middle.
But following on this last question, though, to me, an important, and I'm asking this question, is the reaction to Brown versus Board of Education a primary principle that is driving Christian nationalism? Because when you think about it, all these things where all these states, like the state of Texas, wants to have vouchers for everybody, in reality, when churches didn't get involved with coming up with competitive institutions to rival public education because they didn't want to, they want to keep the schools, essentially the society, segregated. That drove lots of institutions to decide they wanted to have the same advances or rights as public education did. And I'm wondering if one of the underlying principles that is deep buried in this Christian nationalism is a reaction against Brown versus Board of Education, which essentially desegregated the country.
I would just say I think it's more a reaction to the more like the school prayer decisions and other decisions that, in the view of many Christian nationalists, essentially took religion completely out of the public schools. And so I agree with what was said earlier, that it was Brown versus Board of Education that drove the initial creation of these schools. But I think now we're seeing something else, which is these schools are viewed as not schools that are teaching the values and morals that the parents and others believe should be taught in those institutions.
Any? Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, I think.
This is for Professor McDaniel. Section 7 of the Texas Constitution says no money shall be appropriated or drawn from the Treasury for the benefit of any sect. Of course, that's irrelevant today. It's dead. I suppose everyone in this hall knows that church and state is, separation of church and state is a dead idea. It's gone because of 4 recent decisions by the U.S. Supreme Court. Zellman versus Cementeris, Locke v. Davey, then the last one is the private school in Maine. The Supreme Court has totally eviscerated the Establishment Clause. The Establishment Clause has no meaning anymore. Everything is in favor of the Freedom of Religion Clause. Church and state is dead. Professor McDaniel, what are we going to do about this?
Well, if I had to answer, I'd get paid a whole lot more. The Texas Constitution also says that you cannot hold office unless you acknowledge the existence of a supreme being. The Texas Constitution is the second longest constitution. I think it's over 90,000 words, but it's nowhere near in comparison to the Alabama state constitution, which I think is well over 300,000 words or something like that. So roll tide. So I think one of the things we're running into is we're talking about the Establishment Clause no longer exists. I think it's also the same problem we had with the enforcement of the 14th Amendment, that the way the Supreme Court enforced the 14th Amendment was actually contrary to what it was actually intended for. And it really wasn't an issue of, like, oh, let's go back to what the founders said. I mean, it was written like 5 years beforehand. And it was, the people were probably still in Congress who put this together. But the 14th Amendment was, in many ways, by the court, was framed as a way to support segregation. And I think that when we think about how the court goes about these things, that there might be an underlying interpretation to achieve a certain goal. And we must remember that even though they say they are not, judges are policymakers. And they have an ideal policy point. And when they interpret the law, that comes out. They may say we're just the referees, but any of you watching an NBA game realize the referees can play a big role in the game. All right? I know any of you Cowboys fans are like, no, that was a catch by Des Bryant. But so I think they do have a preference, and while they're limited in some way in what they can do, you can see certain things take shape in terms of interpreting laws or interpreting clauses differently over time.
Okay, I think we have another one here up front. And this will be our last question.
What are the similarities in the Christian nationalism or kind of Christian fundamentalists, my way or the highway, and you have Hamas versus the PLO, a secular group, versus a religious motivating group that is probably impossible to negotiate with? That seems to me to be the real underlying problem with religion. Remembering the Nicene Creed, the one true Catholic and Holy Apostolic Church, meaning all the rest aren't. So how do you negotiate that we know the one true way, what God wants, versus the fact that there are probably over 200 million people who disagree with you?
I mean, the biggest safest thing to say is fundamentalism, democracy don't work. Democracy is about compromise. And, the religion provides people to do great things. All right, so nobody says, God's against us, but let's go ahead and try this anyway. They believe that God is with them and they're willing to make these great sacrifices. And we need to understand that religion is something very important. It's very core to how they understand themselves. That when they're alone at night, that they know there's somebody there watching over them, that they are connected. And so that leaves a very strong, intense feeling. But when you're dealing with democracy, it's about compromise. And fundamentalism and democracy don't operate well. In addition to this, but I think what's also important about Christian nationalism, and think about Hamas, is the dehumanization of others. And that's where you run into the biggest problem. That it's us versus them, that we are good, they are evil. And so whatever we do in the name of good because we are smiting evil. And therefore, we maintained our innocence. And that's one key thing I would, in thinking about this aspect of Christian nationalism, of how much work is being done in terms of demonization. President Obama's talked about this, but also for President Bush. We see the best in ourselves and the worst in others, but we need to stop the demonization. And one of the things we realize now with partisan politics is you have a lot of negative affect. You may like your party a little bit, but you really hate the other party. And that's how they get you out. Not because we have the best ideas, but they have the worst ideas. And this does not build compromise.
Well, this is.
I went to a Quaker school, which left me with a misunderstanding of the way religion functioned. Because religion is, by its nature, pretty authoritarian. And I don't actually have a problem with that. I make my own choices about which religion I'll participate in. The problem is the desire to export religious rules about behavior and impose them on other people. And so when we look at Hobby Lobby, right, which was a case, on the one hand, the head of the corporation said, I have my own religious rights. But what he was asserting, in effect, was that his religious rights could trump what the employees wanted to do. Or our debate around abortion, right? I certainly have no problem with people who oppose abortion. I do have disagreement with the folks who oppose abortion and think the state ought to impose that restriction, I can't say on me so much, but on women. And that's the fundamental struggle that I think we have to come with. And so if I was thinking about sort of some of what I've heard here at this conference, I would urge some caution about sometimes an implicit notion that we should do something about these churches that we may not like in some way or not. I don't mostly believe that. The hard question we have to ask is, what are the limitations that exist on people imposing their religious views, especially through our political governmental mechanisms, on other people?
I am also the product of a Quaker liberal arts college, so I was exposed to a different way of thinking religiously. I just want to end, I think, in our session by noting that, Christian nationalism comes out of white Christian nationalism comes out of a particular expression of Protestant Christianity, but also within Christianity is a tremendous resource for us to move beyond it. And that is the basic theological idea that we were all created in the image of God, imago Dei. And that what white Christian nationalists do is the vilification of others, and when that gets tied to power and the use of violence, horrible things result. But for those that embrace this theological understanding that we were all created in the image of God, that even someone that holds political views diametrically opposed to how I think still is an image bearer of the Creator and deserves the respect and dignity that I would demand as that same. And that gives us common ground, which today we're sadly lacking. So that search for common ground and the resource in Christianity to recognize that we are all created in the image of God gives us potentially a way forward.
Okay, well, thank you to our panelists. Sadly, we're out of time for this one. We have about 15 minutes for a break before we start our next panel. Thank you.
The evangelical side of the friend.
What I'm really impressed with is how on time we're staying, so thank you all so much. This is our last session, and thanks for sticking it out all the way through. Really impressed. That was mentioned last session. We ought to be clapping for you, and maybe at the end that's what we will do. But right now, we're going to continue. So we wanted to have 2 sessions really focusing on the politics and public policy. That's what the Baker Institute does. And so I'm really delighted, and I'm going to introduce briefly our 3 final panelists who come from various parts of the country. So Ruth Bronstein is Associate Professor of Sociology and Director of the Meaning of Democracy Lab at the University of Connecticut. I did point out I got my PhD at the University of North Carolina, and they recently won the national basketball, and it really hurts. So anyway. She's written a number of important books. Next to Ruth is Paul. Paul is professor of the practice and co-chair for Global Politics and Security at Georgetown University. I think it's very interesting. He formerly served in the CIA and as military intelligence for the U.S. Army, especially its director for Afghanistan and Pakistan on National Security Council staff. So, and he too is an author. Everybody's an author. I love it. At least that we invited. So, and then finally we have David Brockman. Currently is a visiting lecturer in religion at TCU up in the other big metro area that is not as good as this one. Also a journalist and a non-resident scholar in religion and public policy right here in our program. Do you know, I'm just in my first year in this program. He's been in this role for 10 years, and he said this is his very first time ever to Rice University. So when you talk about non-resident scholar, he took it very seriously. All right, you're going to see that this session's a little different in that I've got one targeted question for each person, kind of based on their specialty, and then we'll finish it with a broader question ultimately of what public policies would they recommend. So I'm going to start with Ruth. And okay, so you've written on the Tea Party movement, on some progressive faith-based organizations. Do you see any connection or precursors to the movements we've been talking about today?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like everybody else, thanks so much for putting this event on and for having me be a part of it. It's really been a pleasure to hear all the other panelists, and we were just saying we have so much we want to say because there's been so many interesting points that come up. But just to kick things off, I think my colleague Kevin Doherty in the last panel referred to these organizational incubators for Christian nationalism. And when I began my research on the Tea Party movement, when the movement emerged around 2009, I was not expecting to find one of those, but I did. And it ended up being a really powerful incubator for what we would now call Christian nationalism, although it took me a little while to figure out that was what was going on. And in addition to congregations, movements like the Tea Party have historically been really important places where we can see how the ideas that we associate with Christian nationalism sort of coalesce outside of religious spaces, and in some cases come kind of unmoored from theology and from religious practice. And it does this in ways that we can now see playing out more broadly among what's sometimes called the MAGA movement. And so the Tea Party was a really important precursor, laid a lot of the cultural groundwork for that. And it was really interesting that it did that. And one of the reasons it took me a while to realize it was that the group itself was not all that religious. It included a number of people who had been involved in sort of their church-based activism in the pro-life movement, who considered themselves Christians, both evangelical Christians and also Catholics, but also a lot of people who were not that at all, many who identified as atheist, many who were sort of spiritual seekers, often through their engagements with Alcoholics Anonymous, many of them who had disaffected from the church and were really a bit alienated from traditional church. But what I saw was that through other kinds of practices, they all in different ways emphasized the importance of preserving America's Judeo-Christian heritage, was how they often talked about it. So, at group meetings, we would say the Pledge of Allegiance, and it became clear to me after a couple of these meetings that people seemed to say the under God part louder. Like that it was like something in the sort of how the group did this. That I was at an election watch party with a guy who spent an hour telling me about his atheism, who then, when the news came on, started telling me how important it is to preserve our Judeo-Christian heritage in the face of all these people coming across the southern border of the United States, or with the threat of Sharia law in the Middle East. And so, right, these kinds of conversations helped me to think through, like, what is the thing that's going on here? It's not just Christianity, right? It's something else. And it's what we all now have come to agree is this thing called Christian nationalism, however amorphous that is, however many different forms that takes in different contexts. It exists, and it's playing a key role in how people are making sense of both what it means to be an American, of American history, and also of what kinds of policies are necessary and appropriate in the United States going forward. Now, I'll just add that you also mentioned that I studied more progressive, faith-based organizing, and I was doing that fieldwork at the same time that I was doing fieldwork in the Tea Party. And one of the reasons that I noticed all this kind of religious-y work that was going on in the Tea Party group that I was studying is because I was with this other group that was drawing very explicitly on their faith in order to make sense of the country's history, in order to make sense of what it means to be an American, of their place in it, and of what kinds of public policies are appropriate. They were doing that often from an interfaith perspective. They were not always drawing explicitly on one faith, right, on Christianity, even though the churches that were involved did speak as Christians, even though they often did that hand in hand with Jews and Catholics and Muslims and Hindu groups in the neighborhood. And so it really forced me to ask, what's the difference between these two ideas, that our understanding of our role as citizens comes from our faith or from some understanding about the role of religion in the United States, that we're going to interpret our history through this lens, and that we're going to understand sort of what kinds of policies are appropriate by tapping into the values of our faith traditions. And one of the key differences that I found in these groups was not that one thought religion should have a role in public life and one didn't, but rather that they understood that role differently. And a lot of people today have been talking about this, but one of the really fundamental differences had to do with how they understood the role of religion in American history and American citizenship. So on one side, really true American citizenship rested on adherence to Judeo-Christian values, whether you yourself were Jewish or Christian or not. It had to do with this set of values that were constitutive and that was used to create a boundary against outsiders. On the other hand, faith became what they thought of as a bridging practice between many groups who could share common values, and that those values could, through a lot of work and discernment, help to guide them in their efforts to find a common good within a community. And moreover, that their efforts to do that were not about preserving an idealized past that was sort of perfect and sacred at the time of the country's founding, but rather in order to push the country toward what they would often refer to as a more perfect union in the future. And so, right, these really different understandings of how to tell that story of America and how faith comes into play. So I'll stop there.
Great. Yeah, appreciate that. Let me skip over then to David. So David, you specialize a lot in studying Texas legislature and different bills and that pass, don't pass, and the whole process. You just recently, on our own website, have published quite a volume of conclusions. So what have you concluded? Tell us what you studied and what you have concluded.
All right. Well, thank you, and thanks to all of you for sticking with us today, and to Michael for organizing this this seminar on Christian nationalism. When in order to answer the question, let me go ahead and go back to when I started researching Christian nationalism. That was back in 2014. And at that time, I was looking into the influence of Christian nationalism on the social studies education curriculum in public schools here in Texas. Back during the same period that Ruth is talking about, in 2009, 2010, rise of the Tea Party, there was also I think an explicit effort, intentional effort on the part of Republicans, conservative Republicans in Texas, to gain seats on the State Board of Education. And they managed to form a block of not quite a majority of the seats on the State Board of Education, but enough where they could kind of control the direction of the State Board of Education. So it was a Christian nationalist bloc, and they made some fairly significant changes in the social studies curriculum. I was looking mainly at the coverage of religion, and I did my first report for the Baker Institute in 2016. It was published in 2016 on religious imbalance in the Texas social studies curriculum. Then a few years later, I decided to branch out from education policy and look at Christian nationalism more widely in Texas. Who are the major players? Who are the major Christian nationalists in Texas? And found that they're at the very top of Texas politics. Governor Abbott, Lieutenant Governor Patrick, Senator Ted Cruz, Attorney General Paxton, a whole host of legislators have voiced Christian nationalist sentiments. So that report, at that time I was using the term Christian Americanism, which I've abandoned because the majority of scholars use Christian nationalism instead, so I've taken that on. But that's also available on the Baker Institute website if you're interested. Basically, what I did recently here that led to this particular report on basically threats to church-state separation in the legislation that was passed, or that was considered in the 88th legislative session, the one that just ended last year, was kind of to look back at once I had identified in the 2020 paper report who the major players are. How were they succeeding? How well were they succeeding in implementing the Christian nationalist ideology? And I had noted in 2020 that there was kind of a mismatch, legislatively speaking, between the rhetoric of Christian nationalist activists and politicians and office holders and their legislative record. So there were relatively few bills that were explicitly privileging, let's say, the Judeo-Christian tradition, as opposed to maybe religion generally. And so I was interested in looking into that. The 88th legislative session decided to concentrate on that, partly because I was seeing from journalists like Robert Downen from the Texas Tribune, who's here, and others who were reporting on some of the bills that were being considered, and so I decided to look into those and track them, see how they went. Basically, there were three main bills that I focus on in the report. One of them was actually made it into law. Of course, there are a lot of barriers to the success of any bill in the legislative process. This one was able to make it through the legislature and was signed into law by the governor, and that's Senate Bill 763, which is the school chaplains bill. A second bill was Senate Bill 1515, which would have required public school classrooms to display a particular text of the Ten Commandments in every public school classroom. And then finally, the one that you've probably all heard about, which was Senate Bill 8. It had other numbers later on, but Senate Bill 8, that's the voucher bill, in other words. And I looked at these as, to kind of step back, one of the central aims and our projects, I guess, part of the work that Christian nationalism does, is to undermine church-state separation. And fortunately and thankfully, President LeBron outlined what he considered the founders' understanding of church-state separation, and a little bit of the contention over it and the track record through the 14th Amendment, et cetera. So I don't have to go over that ground now. I'm basically what President LeBron said is what I'm considering church-state separation. So the problems that I saw in those three bills, first off, the school chaplains bill, which is now law, allows ISDs, independent school districts, to hire chaplains to perform counseling services. It does not. There was an effort to. There was a concern that chaplains may proselytize students. And there was an effort by some legislators to prohibit proselytizing in the bill. That was defeated. That amendment was defeated. So there's no provision to prevent proselytizing by school chaplains. I hope that I teach many school chaplains at Bright Divinity School. I hope that they won't proselytize, but it is possible. And also we have the at least possible appearance of an endorsement of religion or an endorsement of a particular religion, and the fact that clergy, chaplains, would be on the ISD payroll as well. So, chaplains from some religions rather than others. So there are some threats to church-state separation there. Senate Bill 1515, the Ten Commandments bill, that passed the Senate but died in the House. It would have prescribed a particular or required a particular text of the Ten Commandments to be posted in all public school classrooms, and basically this text of the Ten Commandments is from the Judeo-Christian tradition, from the biblical tradition. It is not recognized by Muslims, Hindus, Buddhists, and so on. So it is a particular privileging of a particular religious tradition. The school voucher bill is another, really I confine myself to just the church-state relevance here, it's church-state implications. As President LeBron, I think, mentioned before, the Supreme Court in Carson v. Macon actually requires that states that provide vouchers for non-sectarian private schools must also provide vouchers for religious private schools as well. So this law follows that. I disagree with the court on that. But the problem there is that as far as church-state separation goes, is that we end up with taxpayer funding of religious instruction in some cases. And that ends up requiring taxpayers to fund religious teachings that they may not agree with. And also their students, their own children may not be admitted to those particular schools. So they may have to fund religious instruction in schools that would then turn away their own children. So there's some religious liberty implications there. And those are the three issues that I looked at in those three bills. Turn it back over to Michael then?
Yeah,
okay,
thank you.
Good.
Yeah, and if you're interested, he just recorded a podcast which is on the Baker Institute website with Judge Ed Emmett, and a very interesting discussion. All right, so Paul, and you can answer this as you want, but you kind of walked in circles that most of us have not. So we're really curious, and you can go with this or you go in a different direction, that's fine, but in the military spheres you've been in, the political spheres you walk in, have you seen Christian nationalism impact those spheres in any way?
Yeah, thank you, Michael, for everything, this whole conference this day. It's been wonderful. Let me interpret that question to be, how has Christian nationalism affected American foreign policy and our role in the world? I think I've seen it three ways. The first way I've seen it is this argument that has emerged in recent years that we as a nation are so wicked that we can no longer lead the free world. I was at an event some years ago with Republican foreign policy officials and thinkers that contained remarkably both the pro and the anti-Trumpers in the room, back when we could still stand to be in the same room together. And I was making the traditional Reagan-esque case that we should stand for freedom and democracy. And the pushback I got from the Trumpers was really interesting. They said, no, look, you can't do that. Our values are actually wicked values. When you say human rights, what the State Department does is it says gay rights, and it flies the gay flag from every embassy in the world. And we don't want that, and so we should stop leading the free world because our values are wicked values. My response to that is, if we could lead the free world of the 1940s at the height of Jim Crow, we can probably still lead the free world today. And by the way, when we led the free world in the 1940s, it actually redounded back to us. We reminded ourselves what our true purpose should be, and it helped us prepare white Americans to receive the civil rights movement, having defeated white supremacy abroad, let's defeat it at home. And so if we continue to lead the free world today abroad, it can remind us what it looks like to protect liberty and equality at home. Second way we see Christian nationalism affecting foreign policy is the globalization of the culture war. The globalization of the culture war. Increasingly, both sides now look abroad for allies and precedents. I think the left does this. They look to Europe. They've long wanted to make America more European, adopt a social welfare state, make America perhaps more secular, adopt European social policies. But the right now looks to certain models abroad for how to implement Christian nationalism. You've heard others reference Brazil, Hungary, Russia. Those are all states that quite explicitly proclaim themselves to be Christian states. And we now have a stream of American scholars and journalists going to and from, especially Hungary, and saying, look at that, let's do that here. The Hungarian constitution was amended in the last 10, 15 years to write a Christian identity into the constitution. And they have a phrase that says something like, every organ of the state shall understand its first function to be to preserve and defend the Christian identity of the Hungarian people, something to that effect. And now we have American scholars saying, let's do that here. And I just observed that under the Hungarian government, Viktor Orban has seriously eroded the quality of Hungarian democracy, eroded civil society, undermined press freedoms, eroded the independence of civil society. And I think that no matter what the Constitution says, that's unchristian. I think it is more Christian to have real equality for all people than it is to have tyranny with under a cross. So that is one way we see Christian nationalism affecting our foreign policy. The third way is a certain attitude towards military force. What I think I see is a willingness to use the military without the responsibility to use it for peace. What I have in mind specifically here, I'm just going to use one example, is 4 years ago when President Trump ordered the killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani by a drone strike. Now, I have actually no quibble at all with the just cause there. I don't mourn for Soleimani, who is a key enabler for terrorist groups worldwide. But it was a one-off assassination with no strategy for working towards peace, justice, and conciliation in the world. It was just a single act of violence against one guy, absent a grand strategy aiming at peace and justice, which is what just war should do. A Christian, truly Christian understanding of grand strategy and foreign policy would use violence when necessary to achieve peace and justice. The Christian nationalist vision uses violence to get rid of enemies, and then it goes back home.
Okay, wow. What do I do now? So this will be the last question for the panel, and then we'll open it up. But what public policies, given everything we've talked about today, would you recommend, if any? Big question.
Are we going in the same order?
Sure, let's go in order.
So my suggestion is not actually a public policy, but it is, I think, a different way that we can think about our public life. One of the big patterns that we've seen over the last several decades is the partisan polarization of religion, where folks who are white and Christian are increasingly Republican partisans, and those who are non-Christian or unaffiliated with religion are disproportionately Democratic partisans. And then the Democratic Party coalition also, of course, has a lot of people of faith, including many white, more liberal Christians, many non-white Christians, and many non-Christians. But as a coalition, it largely chooses to speak not in a religious voice. And so when you hear from prominent Democratic leaders, you largely are not hearing from people who lead with faith, which is not to say that they are not guided by faith in some way, or more broadly by their values. At the end of the day, I do believe that politics, with a lowercase p at least, is a big, messy conversation that we have about how we want to live together, which is by definition a conversation that relies on values. And for some people, those values come from religion, for others they do not. But because of the partisan polarization of religion, Americans have tended over the past 30 years to associate religion, the category of religion, and particularly organized religion, with political conservatism and increasingly with relatively right-wing political kind of goals and policies. It also gets associated with more radical tactics in the political field, more uncompromising kinds of tactics as well. And so one of the things that I think is absolutely essential is for lots more people of lots of different political persuasions, goals, and tactics to make their faith commitments visible if those are important to them. And that's not just because I think we should have more religion in politics, right? But because I think it is bad for democracy when any one group can claim to own religion. And when people do not see models, and particularly a very diverse set of models who are comfortable speaking from a place of values. And I also think that when we speak at the level of values rather than policies, that also creates space for finding shared values. Of course, it also creates space for a tremendous amount of conflict, but we already have a tremendous amount of conflict. So I think it couldn't get worse, and it could possibly be better. And so that's one of the things that I think could be absolutely essential.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next?
Well, first of all, I kind of hesitate to deal with policy at all in this sense, and proposing policies, because I'm a trained academic. I'm not a politician or an office holder. But one thing that I would like to see is, under Christian nationalism, and I don't remember, one of the other panelists mentioned this in terms of bad history and so forth earlier in the discussion, the idea that that we've never had church-state separation, that it's a myth. That's a common trope among Christian nationalists. I'd like to see a restoration of the reputation of church-state separation in the United States. That basically people standing up for church-state separation more actively, because basically this is one of those areas, I think, where the Constitution has, the founders and the Constitution have many flaws. We know that, we can look back at the marginalization of women, of people of color, and so forth in the Constitution. Church-state separation, in the sense that President LeBron described it earlier, is one of the things that the founders got right. And I think that they almost, despite themselves, in other words, they were basically trying to deal with a majority Christian, majority Protestant country, but one in which there were a lot of sects that were competing with one another. And they feared, particularly Madison, James Madison, feared that competition, or sorry, that if one of those sects gained a monopoly over others, monopoly of power over others, that could tear the nation apart. And so they elected not to establish an official religion or official denomination. They probably would never have envisioned, James Madison, Thomas Jefferson, and so forth, probably could not have envisioned the America that we see now, where Christianity as a whole is down to something like 67% of the population. Non-Christians account for about 5% of the population, and one of the fastest growing elements of the American population is the religiously unaffiliated, who are now constitute about a quarter of the population, up from around 7% a couple of decades ago. We live in a very different country in terms of religious, ethnic, cultural, racial diversity than the founders lived in, but their reluctance to establish a particular official church and their basically favorable attitude towards religion, in the sense of protecting the free exercise of religion, have surprisingly created a system which is adaptable to the situation that we find ourselves in today. Okay, and that's something I think we can be proud of. We should see through the weaknesses of it and the historical inconsistencies in the application of freedom of religion, and all of the other challenges involved in church-state separation. That is, can the two actually be completely separate? What is the kind of relationship that religion and government should have with each other? That's something debatable, but the basic principle, though, is I think something that we can be proud of, and that we should enthusiastically support. And that is I think that kind of pushback would be good in maybe perhaps weakening the impact of Christian nationalism on our nation.
Okay. Paul?
I have a lot to say on this. I spent 20 years fighting and thinking about the war on terror. And that is the prism I bring when I think about the challenge of another movement that has some illiberal tendencies and possibly violent and extremist elements in it. I think there's 5 policies or 5 pillars I'd suggest to confront this challenge. The first is to arrest the lawbreakers. I know that's kind of obvious, but we need to say it, that the January 6th rioters and anybody else like that belongs in jail, and this is not a moment for magnanimity or mercy. If you are violently disrupting public order, you should pay the consequences for that. And that's, by the way, left and right. And so the J6 rioters, especially the leaders, should be in jail for a very long time. That is the first element of any counter-radicalization strategy. The leadership needs to go to jail. The second is counter-programming. The Christian nationalists have well-funded institutions, think tanks, universities, and media outlets, publications, getting out their message. And so there needs to be the alternate message. That is partly what this conference is. It's one long exercise in counter-programming, but it needs to continue through all the institutions available. Universities and think tanks, media, publications, churches should be part of this. And the counter-programming, I want to suggest 2 emphases in it, and this might be a bit controversial, even in tension with some of the other panelists you've heard today. I think the counter-programming needs to include patriotism and a love of country. I think patriotism is the most essential guardrail against nationalism, not the pathway to it. You teach people how to love their country rightly, and that is the way to protect them from loving it dangerously and wrongly. If you teach them not to love their country at all, some of them will reject that message and fly right to the nationalists, and the others will not love America enough to defend her when the nationalists come for you. So we need to teach our kids to love their country rightly, patriotism. I'd also suggest a lot of education about religious freedom, disestablishment, and the First Amendment. I agree with our panelists here. I'm shocked when I go and speak on undergraduate campuses. The young generation, they don't understand why we have a First Amendment. They've absorbed decades of messaging from the Christian right, the moral majority, about the need to take back the country, and they look at the First Amendment as an obstacle. And we need to remind them that the First Amendment was a Christian innovation. There's a biblical doctrine of disestablishment before a constitutional doctrine. I love the First Amendment. It was a committee of 5 or 6 men who drafted the final language. It was a Congregationalist, a Presbyterian, a couple of Unitarians, an Episcopalian, and a Catholic, and they adopted the political theology of the Baptists. You're welcome. So counter-programming, patriotism, First Amendment disestablishment, we need to emphasize that. Number 3 is de-radicalization. There is a generation of young, white Christian men who are increasingly drawn in this direction. You've maybe seen the public opinion polling showing the disturbingly dramatic gender divergence here as men are lurching quickly rightward. And they need mentorship, they need fathers, they need education, they need jobs, they need wives, and there's a lot of cultural barriers we've erected to that path to flourishing and success for young white Christian men. And they need that kind of mentorship and support and encouragement. Number 4 is to expose and, if possible, cut off the Russian funding for a lot of this junk out there. This goes into the de-radicalization. Look, the next time you see a meme of a star-spangled Jesus arm wrestling Satan, I know it's ridiculous, but please understand it's probably a Russian bot farm sending that out. Your Christian neighbors are credulous for reposting it, retweeting it, but it's probably not coming from the Heritage Foundation, right? It is coming from a Russian bot farm or something like that. And it's entirely within character of the Russian intelligence service to do this stuff. If you've studied Cold War history, you know what I'm talking about. The 5th element, and perhaps the most controversial, is to acknowledge and meet any legitimate grievances by the Christian nationalist movement. I say this with fear and trembling. It's the most unpopular thing to say, but look, if they've got some legitimate grievances against the left or the government, acknowledge that, work for justice, meet them where they are. And what I have in mind here is my son. He was 15, and I love him dearly. And the things I see, so earlier one panelist invoked Du Bois and his question, what does it feel like to be seen as a problem? Young white Christian men today feel that their culture is telling them they are the problem because they see a double standard. They feel that women and people of color are allowed to advocate for themselves as women, as people of color, and yet young white Christian men aren't allowed to do the same thing. And so their conclusion is Christian nationalism. I'm going to go there. They're waving the banner that I can agree with, and so that's the only place where they're going to advocate for me as me. Now, I think that's a cure worse than the disease. But is the double standard real? Yeah, I think it is. Now, I don't know what the solution is here, but I just lay this before you as a problem that we need to acknowledge, because young white Christian men need a healthy, safe identity, a way to be in the world, a way to be seen and recognized and loved, a way for them to be in society, to have the mentorship, to have fathers, to have jobs, to have wives, and not go down the hellhole that we know is waiting on the other side.
You were not lying when you said you had a lot to say. We appreciate it. I want to piggyback on that. So you have the book that's Religion of Whiteness, which actually isn't out yet, but somehow Oxford agreed to send us 250 copies before it's available to be bought. So I just want to point out, it helps me understand something we found in chapter 6. We found that 2/3 of white practicing Christians also subscribe to this other religion that we're talking about called the religion of whiteness. But there's two huge categories within that. 75% of the followers of Roe are what we call the white veil. And they are folks who say race doesn't exist, there is no inequality, there's just people, and they say that over and over. And their job is, and their understanding of the world is everything is equal, so we should stop talking about race. And they will usually pull people aside that do think race matters to try to teach them that's incorrect. But the other group, 25%, are what we call the white might. And they see race everywhere. These are white folks who are 10 times as likely as other white folks to say, I am being threatened because of my race. I need to defend my race. There's almost no limit to what I will do to defend my race because it is a biblical calling. And they also are substantially more likely to say it is in God's privilege for white people to have more wealth than any other group. And so it's part of their job to preserve that. What shocked us was we were looking at, is there any difference between these two groups? The biggest difference is the white might group are substantially younger than the white veil group. So the more militarized it's exactly what you're saying, Paul, where they feel like they have no place, they feel threatened because of their race and what they're hearing, and so it activates them to be even more vigilant in their commitment. Okay, we're going to open it up to questions, and so our microphone handlers are grabbing the microphones and they'll come around.
Hi, I'm going to start out
Great.
right back
Yeah,
here.
Thanks.
This has been an amazing day. My sister and I kept commenting, how is it that we were so fortunate to have all these speakers and have a session like this, which is really transformational. So the itch part that hasn't been scratched for me is what happens next. Because as I read about what happened at Emory University and what we haven't mentioned, we've mentioned our prior president many times, but we haven't mentioned President Biden and what's going on in Israel and in Gaza, and how we as Christians need to bridge the gap and stand in the gap, perhaps, for peace. So I guess my question is not just for the panel, but also for the Institute. Mm-hmm. Where do we go from here? Because I feel like the time is nigh. And what do we say to our churches, our neighbors, our Christian families, our non-Christian families, if we can't stand with them and share in that space it's just so volatile right now. So what suggestions do you have for us?
Yeah, thank you very much. First, let me ask the panel if you have any thoughts to that.
I'll share one thought. I'm just launching a project right now that is responding to what I see as a sort of a wave of concern about Christian nationalism. And actually, the fact that so many of you have shown up for a full-day conference to talk about Christian nationalism really speaks to the fact that whatever we think of this term, it has entered the discourse, it has raised people's consciousness about an issue, it has led people to want to learn more, and it has in some cases ignited a wave of resistance. And so as part of this project, I'm mapping the organizational field of groups that are emerging to, in different kinds of ways, resist Christian nationalism. And for some of them, that means doing legal defense work against specific laws and policies that are promoting a Christian nationalist agenda. In some cases, that means running study groups about Christian nationalism, reading many of the books by people who participated in this conference, so that people can just learn more about what this issue means and how they want to respond to it. In some cases, it's doing media work. In other cases, it's education. It's really a wide range of ways that people are organizing today to confront this issue. Now, I call this field the pluralist resistance. And I call it that for two reasons. One is that one of the only things that the folks who participated in these efforts have in common is that they believe that the United States should be organized around pluralistic democracy, that we shouldn't just have a single religious group that is in charge, that if we're going to be a religiously diverse country, then everybody should have a seat at the table and a voice in how society is structured. But it's also an internally quite pluralistic field, meaning that there are groups within it that believe that religion should have no role in politics and public life. There are groups in it that believe that Christianity should play a robust but healthy role in public life. There's huge amounts of disagreement about how to talk about race, about how to talk about religion. And so there's also this challenge internally that is a bit of a microcosm for the challenge of the country as a whole around how do we navigate these kinds of issues. So all of that is to say is that there is a lot of work being done right now. There's a lot of places for different people with different kinds of focuses to plug in to that resistance work. But I think there's also a lot of challenges to seeing that field become something that looks more like a movement, right? To becoming more than the sum of its parts, because like many kinds of coalitional work, there's a lot of things to overcome in order to work together. At the same time, that may not be necessary. It might just be necessary to kind of meet lots of people where they're at and have some of these hard conversations about what we think religion's role in the United States should be and some of the dangers intrinsic in a more radical vision of what that looks like.
Thank you.
Can I talk about Israel and Hamas?
Sure, please.
So I teach international affairs at Georgetown. My students are most of them going right to the State Department. I've seen a lot of different reactions to Israel-Hamas, and we all know, we've seen the headlines of what's happening on college campuses. I think it's a good case study illustrating different ways of thinking about America's role in the world and Israel's role in the world. I think there's some American Christians and Christian nationalists who have a tribal approach to this. Israel's the good guy. The Jews are the good guys. God gave the land to Israel. They can do whatever they want to the Palestinians, right? That's more or less the attitude from some American Christians. On the other side, I've seen on college campuses a lot of downplaying of the evil that Hamas is, of the evil that Hamas has done, and the century-long campaign to delegitimize Israel, deny its existence, and attack it again and again. Rightly calling for the rights of the Palestinian people, wrongly at the expense of Israel. And I think the right response here is the traditional Christian approach of just war theory, which is to say that Israel has a right to exist, Palestine has a right to exist. Israel has a right to defend itself from the horrific terrorism that Hamas represents. The world would be a better place without Hamas in it. But Hamas is different from the Palestinian people. The Palestinian people have a right to statehood, independence, dignity, and security. And this war, rightly understood, should be understood as a war to liberate Palestine from Hamas's tyranny. And if Netanyahu was worth his salt, that's the way he would wage the war, and he's not. So the war is a just war, but not being waged with right intention for the right end. That's how this war should have been fought from the beginning.
I don't have a rousing response, but I want to take the question, what happens next? I think you meant that to be action items, maybe something like that. But I'm going to talk about demographic trends. How about that for a concluding thought? Basically, there are a couple of things that may happen next that could massively affect the role and the importance of Christian nationalism nationally, state level, local level. One, of course, is what the Supreme Court does. They have, as President LeBron mentioned a couple of times, they've weakened separation of church and state in several ways. And in a sense, the three bills that I talked about before were, I interpret them as conservative legislators testing the boundaries of the new judicial landscape that SCOTUS has, the Supreme Court has established. So that's one thing. We should watch what the Supreme Court does. The 2024 election is going to be crucial because essentially Christian nationalism is on the ballot, democracy's on the ballot, abortion's on the ballot. It's all there. So what happens in the 2024 election could be crucial. But I want to riff a little bit on something that came up in my discussion with Judge Emmett in the Baker Briefing podcast that Michael was kind enough to mention earlier. And that's the demographic trends. The demographic trends are not really favorable to Christian nationalism at the moment. There is, as we've mentioned, there's a decline in Christianity as a share of the overall population, down from 90-ish, something like that, down to around 67, 65%, depending on who you talk to. White evangelical Christianity, which is where Christian nationalism is most common, where you have most of the advocates and ambassadors that Sam Perry and Andrew Whitehead described. White evangelical Christianity, those numbers are also shrinking. And according to a recent PRRI survey, basically support for Christian nationalism skews older. So it's the most actively supported by people 50 and over, and I'm in that category, by the way, 50 and over, but people under 50, something like 70%, according to that study, oppose Christian nationalism. So the trends, and of course our nation is becoming more diverse as well. So the trends the demographic trends are against Christian nationalism, but I would suggest that may actually provoke an increase in the activity as a kind of last-ditch, rear-guard kind of action to mixing my metaphors, to push back the tide, the demographic tide. So they may become more active as they become less numerous in the society. So that's something we should watch for, perhaps.
Thank you. Let's take another question. We have one over here. Lots of hands. We'll see how we can do.
This is a question for Professor Miller. So often the purported goals of the Christian nationalist movement are inherently in conflict with their preferred policy prescriptions and the models they uphold. You know, for instance, arguably one of the fastest ways to Christianize the country would be to revamp our immigration policy, and yet some of the strongest proponents of Christian nationalists, including as recently as last month in Houston, a former Southern Baptist Convention president referring to migrants as garbage and saying they're part of a secret coup or plot to reshape us into a godless dictatorship. Conversely, a country like Hungary, which is so often held up as a model of a strong, I guess, Christian nationalist state, ranks somewhere in the middle, if not low, as a share of the Christian population. I think 53%. I think it's slightly more Christian than Canada. And I'm wondering, as someone who moves in those spaces and has those high-level conversations with people that you mentioned, are those conflicts something that are acknowledged? Are they? I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of the degree to which those inherent contradictions are acknowledged in those conversations about broader policy, because I think that those really speak to, as someone who covers far-right movements, I've often found it kind of impenetrable to get those points across, unless, of course, you were speaking to them from the vantage point that their goal is not actually Christian nationalism as much as it is a certain type of ethno-nationalism.
To the extent that we are able to have dialogue, if you confront Christian nationalists with weaknesses or contradictions, the response is almost always some version of whataboutism. The response is, yeah, but the left is worse. Yeah, but what about the transgenderism in kindergartens? Yeah, but what about, what about the double standard I mentioned? What about cancel culture and speech codes? And what about wokeness and on and on and on? That's the reflexive response in the dialogues I've had with folks who are more friendly to Christian nationalism. It is to point out the weaknesses of the other side, which, by the way, isn't actually a defense. It's actually an admission of guilt. Like, yeah, we've got our problems, but they're worse. It's the special pleading. And so it's just very frustrating.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just would add to that one of the great challenges that folks on the right talk about is the rise of secularism in the United States. But when you look at sort of research on what is driving the rise of sort of non-affiliation in the United States, it's largely attributed to the radicalization of the religious right. And so the religious right is both sort of emerging and growing more radical and growing more sort of extremist in their tactics and style out of a concern for growing secularism, and in the process, they are making the country more secular. And then when faced with that reality, that is leading to kind of a counter backlash where they are further digging in and further radicalizing. And so we have this really vicious cycle going on where, the kind of, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy in many ways that the sort of folks on the religious right have created. And that's very difficult to figure out how to off-ramp from, but it doesn't often involve saying, look what you made me do, right? That you made me leave the church, right? And that's only leading to kind of further. So I think one of the questions that we have to ask is, what's the off-ramp from this cycle? And so, yeah, I think that we just end up in a whataboutism on every kind of level if we can't figure that out.
I hate to do this, but we have time for just one more question. So who's it get to be? I don't pick. Whoever has the microphone picks. There we go.
Hey, I have a question for Professor Miller as well. My question revolves around this idea of the just war. How wars should always have some sort of justice or peace initiative to be the end, as opposed to this individualistic, let's go after one guy and kill him and then leave and be done. I guess my question is going to be around what do you define as justice? Because I'm a sociologist who studies abolition, and we see oftentimes wars abroad, the militarization that we see America bring abroad, comes right back home in terms of the war on terror in America and the war on crime and the war on drugs. And I feel like the way we address those things here, and we see it in the research, is that when we incarcerate, it's more of an individualistic response to a really systematic problem of harm and violence and crime. And the idea that we can just incarcerate our way out of, incarcerate a specific group or incarcerate a specific person, like the J6 people, and that would solve the problem feels a little bit simplistic to me. So I'm curious what your view of justice is and what a just war actually means.
So the last question of the conference is, what is justice? And we're out of time.
Thank you very much.
So the Christian stances on war is either pacifism, in which no violence is ever permitted for any reason whatsoever, or the just war tradition, which says under some conditions you can employ the sword for justice and peace. And then the other option is realism, which says violence needs no justification other than political necessity. Right? So of these options, I think the just war tradition is the biblical and responsible choice. I can respect individual pacifism, but not institutional pacifism. That's a dereliction of duty. I say this as somebody who worked in national security, and I'm a veteran. I served in Afghanistan. I recognize that there's never been a perfectly just war in history. And it breaks my heart to say that, but it's very true that while we may have a just cause, while we may have a right intention, war will always come mixed with sin, and war will always come mixed with evil. And so we must fight it with fear and trembling. But sometimes we must fight it nonetheless if there is a greater evil and a greater peace and justice to be achieved at the end. I think sometimes we've been successful in World War II. I think that we achieved a mostly just end, a better end than if we hadn't fought at all. And sometimes we must fight.
All right. It's let's first thank the panelists, and then we're gonna thank you. Yeah. All right. Could I, if the panelists, if you're still here, any that are, would you just stand up and let's clap for everybody else and thank them. All right. We are so grateful. I just want to say again, my good friend Elaine Ecklund, who runs the Boniek Institute across the street, suddenly found money for doing these kind of things. So it is just transformative, and we're so grateful to you for, I don't know, paying attention to Excel spreadsheets and things. So thank you so much, and hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Wonderful.
It's so cool to hear you talk about Excel.